All right. Good evening, everybody, and welcome to the regular meeting of the Planning and Transportation Commission. And would you please take the roll?
Chair Suma,
Present?
Vice Chair Chang, Commissioner Aiken,
Here.
Commissioner Liu,
Here.
Commissioner Rectal,
Here.
Commissioner Templeton.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you very much. And now we will go to the public comment period. And this is a chance for an opportunity for people to speak to items that are not on the agenda. Do we have any speakers?
Yes, I have 2 in person and 2 on Zoom. First in person is Susan Dunn.
Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Okay. Commissioner Suma and members of the Planning Commission, thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Susan Dunn, and I'm here to speak in support of the bird safety, dark skies, and creek protection ordinances. I've lived in Palo Alto for 40 years. What makes Palo Alto special to me is its mature trees, pleasant parks, and rich vegetation. These factors also make Palo Alto attractive to birds. Palo Alto provides habitat for many birds, such as towhees, hummingbirds, cedar waxwings. Palo Alto is also part of a critical migratory corridor along San Francisco Bay. One can see pelicans, egrets, and ducks passing through the Baylands seasonally. Since 1970, the North American bird population has declined by 30%. 3 billion birds are gone missing since 1970. In this context, it's meaningless to talk about endangered species anymore. All wild species are endangered. Palo Alto has a long history of enlightened government. Our beautiful open spaces at Foothills and Arastradero preserves are evidence of a generational commitment to protecting the natural world. Palo Alto has the opportunity to be a leader again by adopting the bird safety, dark skies, and creek protection ordinances. With fairly minor modifications to development plans, Palo Alto can protect birds from some of their greatest modern dangers. I have seen regulations such as these in effect in the Netherlands. The measures had an overall calming effect on the environment that was beneficial to people as well as to birds. Citizens were aware of the purpose of the regulations and proud of the contribution they were making to the health of the natural world. Please approve the bird safety, dark skies, and creek protection ordinances. You will make a meaningful contribution to biodiversity while enhancing Palo Alto residents' quality of life. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next on Zoom is Dashiell Leeds.
Hello, my name is Dashiell Leeds. I'm the Conservation Coordinator for the Sierra Club Loma Prieta chapter. I'd like to talk a little bit about light pollution and bird safe design in preparation for when this commission reviews the ongoing dark sky and bird safety ordinance. Speaking of other cities, Brisbane has just adopted an ordinance, Cupertino already has one, and Mountain View has plans to begin working on an ordinance this year. The Sierra Club will be following the progress of Palo Alto's dark sky and bird safety ordinance eagerly, and we hope you recommend robust protections. Human beings and wildlife have evolved over millions of years of evolution under natural cycles of day and night. Scientific literature has revealed the extent to which artificial light can be damaging to both humans and nature. Disrupting circadian rhythms can lead to a variety of health impacts in humans, such as the disruption of hormones and increased risk of cancer. In wildlife, the results can be fatal, as artificial light at night can impact foraging, migration, and other critical behaviors of wildlife. This can lead to birds dying of exhaustion as they are diverted away from their migration routes from sky glow. Uplighting is especially deadly, as it can disorient birds, leading to deaths from exhaustion and bird strikes, while contributing to sky glow as well. And regarding bird strikes, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service has estimated that between 350,000 to nearly 1 billion birds die annually in the United States due to collisions with building glass. Birds simply cannot see glass and will see habitat reflected in the glass or habitat through the glass, causing a collision. Bird-safe glass can add small visual cues so that birds see that a barrier is present. Living under a starry night sky is a dignity that all living beings deserve, and I believe that we're happier and healthier when our bird populations are also thriving. So we do hope that you support this ordinance when it comes to your review. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next on Zoom is Linda Heidemann.
Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. My name is Linda Heidemann, and I've lived in Palo Alto for 19 years. I'm speaking this evening on creek setbacks, that is, the city's plan to conserve riparian zones as natural habitat areas. This has become even more important as our need for housing and other development continues to encroach on land inhabited by wildlife. Loss of habitat for birds and other wildlife is one of the major reasons for the declines in and even extinction of so many animals. All wildlife has a critical function in a healthy ecosystem. We don't fully understand the effect on our planet of their loss. I congratulate the city for a well thought out plan to establish local riparian zones as natural habitat areas, notably the plan to direct lighting away from those areas and to preserve native plants and remove invasive non-native plants. I'd like to encourage that setbacks be as wide as possible and of at least 150 feet in rural areas. I'm going to speak only about birds as they require more space than other animals and have about the same requirements as small mammals. And of course, larger mammals require even more space. Many studies have examined the issue of riparian zone width, which is challenging given all the variables. Based on the research, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service the U.S. Forest Service, has inferred some general relationships on width. As the length of a zone increases, so should the width. A zone will generally need to be wider in landscapes that provide limited habitat or that are dominated by human use. Zones that need to function for decades or even centuries should be wider. We are already seeing, for example, changes in wildlife ranges caused by climate change. In the past 50 years, North America has lost more than 1 in 4 of its birds. That's 3 billion breeding adult birds. Although riparian areas are typically a small component of the landscape, they provide essential habitat for many species of birds. For example, riparian zones in many areas of the Western US comprise less than 1% of the total land area, yet those areas are used by more species of breeding birds than any other habitat in North America. Many breeding birds are also riparian obligates, that is, they need the presence of quality riparian habitat for successful reproduction and survival. Studies in North America have shown the following. Neotropical migrants, that is, birds who breed in North America but head south for the winter, are more abundant in wider corridors. Those neotropical migrants are also one of the groups suffering a serious decline in the past 50 years and most in need of habitat during migration. Understandably, wider corridors are necessary to include a greater number of bird species, including larger birds such as hawks. Potential problems with narrow riparian zones include predation. Wider zones reduce edge-related predation and other threats. To encourage a diverse avian and other wildlife community, riparian zones should be as wide and long as possible. I'm asking that wildlife be included in any planning. Wildlife has critical functions in a healthy ecosystem and is also a source of joy in the natural world. I am hoping we can agree that wildlives are important too, and to set aside some space for them. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that our final speaker? Or do we have one?
No, last in person is Shani Kleinhaus.
Thank you.
Good evening, Sheriff Suma and commissioners. My name is Shani Kleinhaus. I'm a resident of Palo Alto. I work for the Santa Clara Valley Audubon Society and I represent this organization tonight. I'm on the PRC. I do not skills. There are studies that are showing now that 50% of all migratory species, this was a study published last month by the UN, 50% of all migratory species are suffering declines, significant declines in populations, and about a quarter are at the risk of extinction. That includes a lot of bird species, and it includes some of ours. The most notorious one is the boring owl. I don't know if you guys have seen the LA Times or today the SF Gate that is talking about a petition that Audubon submitted to the state to list our boring owls as an endangered species. We still have some occasionally migratory birds in Palo Alto, but we no longer have the species nesting here, and that's quite sad because we used to. So knowing that habitat loss is one of the biggest impacts to birds is important, but the other things are things that are in our environment, like glass. They did not evolve with glass, they did not evolve with light at night, and we need to protect them. The other thing, as Mr. Dashiell talked about, is that much of the environmental harm that is caused by lighting to ecosystems and to birds also impacts people. And so I thought, we would like to be a resource to you. We have amassed a lot of information about lighting and about bird collisions. And if there are any questions that you have about health impacts or about impact to the environment, please reach out to us. They have all of you should have my email. Anyway, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much. I think that concludes our public speakers. So we'll move on to agenda changes, additions, or deletions.
There are no changes tonight.
Excellent. Then we can move on to the city official reports.
Thank you, Amy French, Chief Planning Official. Let me start my slide. So on the screen, I'm putting all of our exciting upcoming meeting tentative agenda items. It's in the packet, but these things do morph and change as more items come up and items move back. So you'll notice in your packet, there might be a couple of changes that weren't there earlier. But one of the things I thought I'd mention is the council is planning to interview candidates for PTC. There's one seat that is up for review, and that is April 8th, if that's a Monday. Let's see. Yeah, April 8th. So that's why April 10th, which is in our bylaws, the first meeting of April, we have elections of chair and vice chair. We'll see what happens if everything's said and done on the April 8th meeting with the council. But that's up to the board, the commission. So if anyone has any questions about these, let me know. The dark skies was mentioned today by the public speakers. We're looking at May 29th for that to come before the Planning and Transportation Commission. And then one other thing I'll mention is April council meetings that have PTC review items. So tonight we're going to hear the Palo Alto Link that goes on April 1st to the council. The Caltrans El Camino Real repaving project that we had the study session at our last meeting that goes to the council on April 1st. I note that there's a letter going to Caltrans about outreach and notification to the vehicle dwellers on El Camino. So that outreach will be part of the discussion. Then we have the joint meeting, which is Planning Commission and Council on April 15th, and a couple of items coming for April 22nd. That concludes my report. I don't think we have any updates from Office of Transportation. I think you received something in email, updated traffic counts. So hopefully you all received that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Then if we have no further updates from staff, we will move on to our first item, which is a study session on the bike and pedestrian transportation plan. What? Oh, sorry, Commissioner Chang, Vice Chair Chang.
Sure. I just had a quick question for Ms. French. So if council has not yet voted on the open seat, are we able to postpone our election of chair and vice chair
Yeah, it'll be up to I've written the report for April 10th, so that at that meeting, there can be a decision by the commission as to what the commission wants to do.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions from my colleagues?
Was the schedule for the 8th, is that the interviews or is that when the voting? Do you know?
I believe April 1st, they're looking at the candidates and for the one seat, and then April 8th is the voting on, I think that's how it is.
Okay. Oh, Commissioner Templeton?
Thank you, sorry. What, can somebody share with me how to find that traffic data that was sent out? Like, who did it come from?
I believe Ms. Dow sent the email out today. It's a Excel spreadsheet in an email today.
In an email labeled Commissioner Questions? Is that the one?
Yes, included in that one.
Okay.
February collision data.
Yeah, thank you. I didn't realize that was the content of that email. I'm just wondering, this is a Department of Transportation question, is that information going to come on a regular basis, or do we need to continually to request it, or like how often does it come out?
I'm not familiar with it. Are you referring to the collision report that we received from the police department?
Yes.
So we receive those on a monthly basis, and we anticipate continuing to provide those as part of Payback's agenda packet. I see Philip came on board, but I anticipate that will continue to be the case. We will continue to provide those as part of Payback's agenda packet and then ultimately make it to you via either admin or Raphael.
Actually, Ozzy handled that beautifully, but just to note, those reports come from PD, not from the Office of Transportation.
How are we to receive it? Do we have a liaison with the PD, or does it come through you guys?
We receive it from Lieutenant Ben Bacchetti at the police department.
Great. So I'm going to then continue to look to the Department of Transportation to provide that to us, if that's okay, since you're the ones receiving it from the police department and we don't have a police liaison. And I love the idea of receiving it on a regular basis. I feel like there was a period there where we didn't. Maybe we did, and I didn't recognize how it was being communicated, but that would also be my feedback to our team, is if you can label that really clearly so we know where it is and how to find it, that'd be great. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions from the commission? Okay, seeing none, we'll move on to the study session on the bicycle and pedestrian transportation plan. And I'm sure the staff has a presentation to share.
We do, and while that's loading up, I'll do a quick flyover. Nice to see everyone again. We were here at the end of last year introducing the effort. This is the Bicycle and Pedestrian Transportation Plan Update, locally referred to as the BPTP update. Last update was in 2012. If you all remember from our last meeting, we did a quick introduction and flyover, including the project schedule, just to give you all a sense of how we're approaching the effort. Tonight, I am joined by Dewal Kataria from Kittleson and Associates, the consultants on this effort, as well as Sylvia Starlack, the Transportation Planning Manager, and Philip Cami, the Director of the Office of Transportation. My name is Ozzy Arce, if I fail to say that. I'm a Senior Transportation Planner with the Office of Transportation, project managing this effort. Really quick tonight, I know there's a lot of material included in the report as well as the attachments, but similar to a lot of long-range planning efforts, they start with this existing conditions analysis that creates a baseline of information from which we will take off to develop this plan update. So bear with us tonight as we're providing you with a lot of background information, including collisions analysis, barriers analysis, and what we refer to as the level of traffic stress analysis. And then we want to focus a lot of our time tonight Also, in getting any feedback that you may have, or at least initial feedback on the draft vision statement for the project and what is referred to as objectives, also known as goals, and then those performance measures. And lastly, on my part, because Dewal will be taking lead on the presentation tonight, but lastly for me is don't feel like you have to provide all of your feedback tonight or have all of your questions ready, because we will allow for feedback and comments to be received after the meeting until Friday, April 12th. So don't feel like you have to leave here with everything on the table. We're happy to take feedback offline as well after the meeting. So with that, we will jump into the presentation. Thank you. It's about a 20-minute presentation, by the way. Thanks.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Ozzy. Hello, everyone. My name is Dahul Kataria, and again,
Yeah, you're going to need to speak into the mic for us, please.
sorry. So, hello, everyone. My name is Dahul Kataria, and I'm a transportation planner with Kettleson and Associates, and I'm helping on the PPTP update, as Ozzy mentioned. So, once again, we met with you in November to share an overview of the PPTP update, share our initial engagement plan with you, invite you to participate in outreach activities. Thanks for those who attended the Bike Palo Alto event and joined us at the visioning workshop. We also requested input on the existing bike facilities map. Thank you for taking the time to review and share your comment with us. We have taken all the feedback and updated the map accordingly, and the revised version is attachment A in your packet. Today, we are here to share existing condition analysis. We will also share a summary of engagement activities to date and a preview of what's coming, and invite you all to share it with your friends and neighbors to help us gain more outreach and join us at the future events. Lastly, we'll present a draft vision and objectives and performance measures that were informed by the prior planning work with the city and with the direct input from the community visioning workshop held in January. We'll come to you one more time in the fall of 2024 to share the draft recommendations and seek your input and comments on those. Next slide, please. So here's a little recap of what we have heard so far and what are we doing in the future. We have received the comments on the existing facilities map. We have incorporated those and prepared a final map. We hosted an interactive map tool on the website, BPTP update website, and we also extended the timeline based on the feedback received from the commissioners and others by a month, and we received a lot of summary, and I'll be presenting that in the later slides. We received a feedback about increasing the range of performance measures beyond what was identified earlier, and then we worked on those. And then we added some glossary of items so that it's easier for people to understand. Next slide, please. So today we will cover a lot of ground, and we have provided quite a bit of materials for review to help you manage your time and maximize value input. We would like to focus on the draft vision, objective, and performance measures today. These statements and measures of effectiveness are critical in guiding the work and recommendation, and your input is essential here. As Ozzy mentioned, we are not pressured to receive the feedback today, but we can have the feedback until April 12th. So that on the slide, there are some questions. Do these statements and measure align with the goals of the commission? And where is this alignment? Where might there be a conflict, and what is missing are some of the things that we are looking for. Next slide, please. So with that, I'll start with a technical analysis that we have done so far on this project. So the last time we presented about the inventories of program and conducted bicycle-friendly community assessment. Today, I'm going to talk about the bicycle level of traffic stress barriers that we looked at and find out ways on how to do that, which is what will be coming up later. And we did a safety and collision analysis. We identified trend and collision analysis and identified high-risk locations. And something that we are working on right now is the activity and benefit analysis. Next slide, please. So with that, I'll start with bicycle level of traffic stress. Here is a graphic to explain you what a level of traffic stress would mean. So we have stress from the bicycle level of stress is an indicator of how comfortable it is to bike on a road, given the traffic along it and the parking and other elements. So the comfortability is when we are sharing the road with a vehicle, especially if it is a heavily traveled road. And then the comfortability increases when we are not sharing the road with a vehicle traffic. And you could see facilities such as off-street pathways, protected bike lanes, local street bikeways are more suitable for people of all ages and abilities. And shared road are not very comfortable for people of other people of all ages and abilities. Next slide, please. So LTS is a measure, as I said, is measured from 1 to 4, 1 being the least stress and 4 being the highest stress road. So San Antonio is the highest stress road. This is just to give you an example of what level of stress 4 roadway would look like, where you are sharing the road with a very heavily traveled traffic on a high-speed roadway. And in between, we have a road which is like a bike lane, which a smaller bike lane like Los Robles Avenue, and then Loma Verde Avenue at Middlefield Road. Next slide, please. So with that, we did the analysis and we came up with the highest stress roadway segments located, and some of them are, unsurprisingly, El Camino Real, Alma Street, Oregon Expressway, San Antonio Road, Foothill Expressway. The graphic on the right shows the red being the most stressful roadways and green being the least stressful roadways. All the local roadways, typically with less amount of traffic and less speeds, are more comfortable for people to bike on. And the city has about 68% of LTS 1 and 2, but what makes it difficult is traveling across the segments. The high stress segments and intersections create a barriers. So person who requires to cross El Camino Real would be not be traveling along one level of stress facility. Next slide, please. The other thing for the analysis we looked at is the major barriers analysis along location. Some of the major barriers on the right side of the graphic on the right shows the major barriers such as freeways, rail lines, and the creeks, where you don't have either a roadway facility or a bikeway facility, which is comfortable for people to travel on. On the left, we have a transit station location. These are the locations where you want to provide first and last mile connection and reduce the barriers and create an environment for less stressed roadways. So on the graphic on the left, we have included Caltrans stations and rapid stations along El Camino Real. Next slide, please. So here we are looking at one of the example of major barriers. This is US 101 major barriers, and you can look at one being, again, the least stress, where you have a crossing, which is dedicated bike and pet crossing, and then 4 being the least stressful, where you have to share the roadway with the heavily traveled traffic, lack of crossing opportunities, most significant gap between walking and biking, and limited access. So the distance between the two can be very high and very convenient for the people. Next slide, please. Moving on to collision analysis, based on the feedback we received from the community and members, we looked at the 10-year collision history, and we looked at the trend for the 10-year collision history for bicycle and pedestrian collisions only, focusing on this project. And then we could see that in 2014 and 2018, we had higher pedestrian collisions, and overall the trend is going downwards, and thus the total includes all type of collisions, and the blue line includes fatal and severe collisions only. So overall, the fatal and severe has not decreased or in a way, but the overall collisions have gone down over the last 10 years. Next slide, please. So we looked at the last 5 years in more detail, and to be consistent with another project SS4A action plan that is going on right now. So we looked at the bicycle and pedestrian collision for the last 5 years, mapped those out, and you could see that the more collisions are located at near major commercial centers downtown and along the major corridors, El Camino Real, Meadow Drive, Oregon Embarcadero, and Oregon Expressway. The share is more on the slide as well, and this is the data reported from TIMS from January 2018 to December 2022. Next slide, please. So we are diving deeper into the trend of the collision analysis for pedestrians, and the trend again has gone down as we looked at the last 10 years. And over here, we wanted to show you the type of collisions, fatal, severe, injury collisions, and overall, while injury collisions have gone down, severe and fatal has relatively remained the same. You could see on the right the graphic that includes fatal and injury collisions. Next slide, please. Similar exercise for the bicycle collisions, and we have seen the trend going down. And the share of moderate injury to injury collisions for bicycle. Next slide. With that, that concludes pretty much a brief overview of the analysis that we have done as a part of this project. We have done some more analysis on looking at the patterns, and I will move on to community engagement now. This summarizes the phase 1 community engagement that we had for visioning. Next slide. So the phase 1 community engagement include an interactive map where we received over 1,000 comments, around 1,000 comments, and we hosted a community and working group meetings, PTC, PRC, met with the council, and then we also had we were present at the Bike Palo Alto event. We also had a virtual visioning workshop, and which was well attended. And we received a lot of good feedback from those workshops, which helped us in developing a visioning statement. Next slide, please. These are the community and working groups meeting that we held in the phase 1, and we are currently doing a pretty similar exercise for the phase 2 engagement as well. So we are meeting with Planning and Transportation Commission today, and then we had a Parks and Recreation yesterday, and today we also had an internet staff working group meeting. We are having a city school transportation safety committee tomorrow, and the city council in the spring. With that, I would like to highlight some of the events, outreach events that are coming up for phase 2. So we are going to host this over the 3 days from April 16th to April 18th. We have a bicycle network development workshop, which is where people would be doing the STAR analysis to help us identify more identify a network for bicyclists, and we have a walk tour scheduled with Avenidas on April 17th, and we have a bike tour scheduled with Silicon Valley Bike Coalition on April 18th as well. So, and we will be advertising the event on the April 18th, advertising all these outreach activities on the Earth Day about the project. Next slide, please. So for today, we, as I said in the beginning, our focus is to get your input on the visioning, objectives, and performance measures. So with the help of all the community engagement that was held during the phase 1, we drafted a statement drafted a vision statement, came up with the objectives, and we would like to share those with next slide, please. So I'll go over the draft vision statement and I'll read it out loud. In Palo Alto, we envision a city where sustainable transportation thrives, embodying safety, efficiency, and enjoyment. Our streets will form a connected, cohesive network supporting walking and cycling with tree-lined paths, efficient shortcuts, and secure bike parking. We commit to overcoming barriers, ensuring every part of our community is easily traversed on foot or by bike. Fostering a connected region where sustainable transportation is a shared priority. Palo Alto aspires to be a leader with comprehensive programming, encouraging everyone to embrace sustainable modes. We invest more in walking and biking infrastructure, ensuring equity and accessible for all. Embracing the safe system approach, our city prioritizes safety and aims for a future where walking and biking for short trips is more convenient than driving, shaping a city where every journey, no matter how small, contributes to a more sustainable and connected community. Next slide, please. Again, we've formulated some draft objectives with those community engagement efforts and input from the staff. So we have safe and inclusive networks, so prioritizing safety for all road user, ensuring equitable access to pedestrian and bicycle infrastructure across the community. Connected and accessible, featuring a convenient and interconnected network of sidewalks, bike lane trails that provide efficient travel option and ease access to transit. Comfortable and enjoyable, enhancing the comfort and enjoyment of walking, cycling through amenities such as shade, greenery, and well-designed streetscapes. Community-driven, fostering community engagement, participation, and promoting active transportation, supported by education, programming, and infrastructure investments. Integrated and collaborative, collaborating with neighboring cities to create a seamless and integrated regional network of pedestrian and bicycle infrastructure. Next slide. While you will not be able to see the draft performance measure on your slide, but it is included in your packet. These were formulated based on the previous work, and we have also looked at the League of American Bicycle Cities to see how they align with those. And then we have identified and to track project investment over time to evaluate how cities meeting goals related to bicycling and walking. The selection of performance measure is a key step in the development of pedestrian and bicycle plans and network recommendation, as these measures are incorporated into project prioritization and implementation to direct investment toward projects that have a desirable impact. So we are looking for your comments on these measures to see how it is relevant to the kind of work and the measures that we should track to see how successful we are. Next slide. So with that, I'll wrap up with next steps. Next slide. So as Ozzy mentioned in the beginning, we need you to review and provide comments on the materials that were provided today by April 12, 2024. more focus on the vision, objectives, and performance measures and analysis maps and findings. We also need your support to promote and participate in phase 2 engagement activities, especially the ones that are coming up in April. And then PPTP update. So we'll be incorporating your comments into the draft analysis and taking your feedback on the upcoming engagement activities. And you could send the comments to transportation. Next slide. I think that wraps up for the presentation.
Thank you for that. Do any of my colleagues have clarifying questions before we go to the public? Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. First, thank all of you who've been working on this. This is a wealth of useful information, and I will be reviewing it over and over again for years, I'm sure. In a future session, I hope we hear a little bit more about the use of replica. That's very interesting, and I hope that experience is positive. Now to the difficult question. So looking at the number of collisions, which appears on our packet pages 17 and 18, so I ran a statistical test to see how significant the change in the collisions is, and the answer is it's really weak. And if you throw out the pandemic years, it's not there at all. So I'm a little worried about that. But even if you accept that there's overall a trend towards reduction, there is not a trend towards reduction in the fatal and severe injury accidents. Those are flat. So the question is, do you feel that this is a correct analysis? And if so, are you specifically searching for the causes of the flat trend in severe and fatal injuries, accidents?
Yes, so we have delved deeper into the cause in our analysis. We have looked at what are the reason behind the type of collisions, like not only like collision factor data, such as either it's broadside, rear end, or was it related to speeding, or what kind of. So those are the questions that we have looked into. So in a way, we have kind of looked into the details of why it has remained the flat and what all the collisions have been repeating over the period of time.
We haven't landed on like a specific cause yet.
Yeah, I imagine there are several, but okay, just something that I would be very interested in hearing more about at some point in the future. Make sure we're doing the right thing to address it. All right. Okay, that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Other comments or questions? Questions really for staff before we go to the public? Commissioner Chang?
Yeah, I have a clarifying question about the replica data on packet page 19. So last paragraph, it says the spring 2023 data includes approximately 91,000 bike trips and 58,000 riders and 142,000 walking trips and 97,000 pedestrians. And so when it says like 90 trips versus riders, are those riders supposed to be unique riders? Because it's not quite making sense to me in that, the subsequent bullet talks about how most of the percentage of biking trips are associated with schools and colleges. And so then we're talking, like people going 180 at least days a year, and it's going to be those same people going over and over and over again. And so I don't understand why you'd have 91,000 bike trips by only 58. It doesn't quite make sense to me because we're averaging less than 2 bike trips per rider.
Well, so the replica data provides information based on trips. So every time, so it does not collect information about the particular rider. And the more times you log a trip, that's how the information is passed through. So it is likely that it is not a unique rider. So a person can be repeated and the data over and over again, as long as they are taking the trips.
Okay, but then why is it a smaller number? I think I'm just trying to understand what this data means.
I will also add that replica data does not capture recreational trips that start and end in the same location. So for example, like someone's walking their dog. And so what we're understanding is that replica data does have certain limitations, and we're trying to understand through community input, as well as potentially looking at more traditional count data to see if we can get a more complete picture, if you will.
Okay, well, maybe you guys can find out about what that actually means. Like, what's an example? If I'm one person and I go to work and then I come back, is that 2 trips by one person? Is that what that means? I'm just wondering what, like, I just don't know what those numbers mean. And so I would love to get Replica's sense of what that is.
Mr. Kami,
Yeah.
would you like to?
Yeah, thank you. Philip Kami, Chief Transportation Official. I realize also I did not say my name when I came up here previously. Yeah, I actually want to say that that's our understanding of the data, is that an individual rider making more than one trip. So it could be that they're riding one way, maybe only home from work, or they're riding 2 ways. It doesn't necessarily always work out that a person is making 2 trips in one day. That's why it's not just double the number. But yeah, that's the reason why we understand there's more than one trip per rider.
Okay, that makes more sense then. And then if if there's 20 work days in a month and each day I'm a different rider, it sounds like, perhaps.
Yeah, correct. So the rider is not tied to an individual person. It's the riders that occur, like an individual rider on a given day.
On a given day, then that's because I'm sort of like, why is there fewer, right? If there's no association with a unique rider, then there has to be anyway, it's too technical, but I think I understand. Thank you.
Other questions? Nope. Okay. I think we should move to public speakers. Ms. Dow?
Yes, I have 1 in person and 2 on Zoom. First is Mark Shull.
Thank you. My name is Mark Shull. My bike is a primary mode of transportation for me. My first concern is safety and protected bike routes. 10 years ago, I was knocked off my bike by a car that didn't stop at Bryant and Churchill. Several months ago, I went down hard on the tracks at Churchill, avoiding a car. My helmet hit the pavement hard in both cases. Earlier this year, a friend from Brisbane was killed in exact same circumstances. Looking at the planned safety numbers, I do wonder how the total number of collisions is falling, yet the number of severe injuries and fatalities is steady. It could be underreporting, and I think the city's 311 apps should have a bike reporting section. Second, population and housing density are increasing on the peninsula. We need better and safe multimode transportation because we simply cannot keep adding more cars and wider roads. San Jose's goal is for 20% of all trips in the city to be by bike, and I think Palo Alto needs a similar target. And then to create infrastructure to achieve this. Third, we need safe and efficient intercity bike commuting corridors. 60% of Palo Altans work outside the city, not to mention the large numbers who commute in. Palo Alto should get on board with the El Camino Intercity Bike Initiative. There are well-known ways to build safe bike highways next to major boulevards and to keep bikes and cars separate at intersections. If other cities in this country and the world can do it, we can too. Fourth, e-bikes are a great alternative to cars as a primary mode of transportation, but how do we manage them going forward? The EU limits e-bikes to pedal activated only. California allows throttle activated and pedal activated. And predictably, many of the throttle activated e-bikes now come with apps to switch between 20, 28, and 40 miles an hour. Some are really unlicensed electric motor scooters. I think we need to work with state representatives to separate e-bikes from electric scooters if e-bikes are to be part of a shift away from cars. Also, batteries are increasing the use of child carrier cargo bikes, which may need wider bike lanes, particularly to and from schools and stores. And lastly, what is the railroad crossing plan in North Palo Alto? The rail committee has decided to make Churchill cars only, even while recognizing this crossing is used by, quote, hundreds and hundreds of bikes. The plan shows a bike tunnel option at Seal, but no commitment to one. The 3 existing road underpasses don't have bike lanes. The Emerson Bike Underpass relies on an expired and iffy Caltrans right-of-way. The North California Avenue Tunnel is an old, narrow pedestrian underpass. It is already overwhelmed, and the rail plan looks to install a light to concentrate car traffic on and off of Alma at North California, right next to the exit of the tunnel. The tunnel in North California heavily used by Green Elementary schools. I think this needs attention. I'm hoping these issues can be addressed in Palo Alto's bike and pedestrian plan. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Scott Mace.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, hello, good evening. My name is Scott Mace. I represent CABO, the California Association of Bicycling Organizations, which is focused on cyclist rights, safety, training, and education statewide, including the only statewide initiative to train law enforcement officers on the bicycling aspects of California traffic law. I frequently visit Palo Alto and bicycle there, although having been a resident of Santa Clara County for many years, I'm now a resident of Monterey County. Given the number of streets in Palo Alto that will continue to have essentially no bicycling infrastructure and therefore shared streets, not to mention shared intersections, I'm curious as to whether, other than performance measures, are there any new cyclist or motorist education elements in the new plan, not just for safe routes to school, but education for adults as well? Or is this to be left only to private initiatives? Other bike plans do incorporate education. One example is VTA. This could also be an element in reducing severe injuries or deaths as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next is Art Lieberman.
Thank you very much. My name is Arthur Lieberman. I am a member of Payback, but I'm speaking tonight only for myself. Payback heard a presentation on this subject at our March meeting. Afterward, I submitted some comments to transportation, but I did not receive any feedback. Let me mention several suggestions that were not incorporated in the staff report that was online. Perhaps you might have similar comments and can ask the consultant about them. The first one is a comment about the cross-barrier maps. The cross-barrier visualization graphics that were in the staff report that were online do not effectively relay information. There's an expression, a picture is worth 1,000 words. In this case, 1,000 words is needed to explain a picture. Second, I made a comment about the draft vision, and I believe that the draft vision should include low-stress routes, which is what the presentation began with today by the Kittleton Associates. I think the first line of the vision statement should state, in Palo Alto, we envision a city where sustainable transportation thrives, supporting a network of low-stress routes where an increasing number of people of all ages will choose to bicycle and walk and be able to do so safely. I think it's important to include low-stress routes and more people cycling in the vision. Third comment is about the draft objectives. I think there's something missing there. It should include something about more people riding bicycles. So one objective should be, quote, increase the number of cyclists. I mean, if we're going to be doing an update, that really should be clearly an objective of our efforts. And there's nothing in the draft vision nor in the draft objectives about the growing adoption of e-bikes and personal mobility devices. As the previous speaker mentioned, what do we expect to happen with pedestrian and bicycle trends with e-bikes and personal mobility devices on our streets? And just to comment about the comments about Commissioner Chang mentioned, we also at Payback had many questions, and I submitted a number about the replica data. It seems very opaque. Thank you.
Thank you.
And one more on Zoom from Ken Joy.
Hi, like Art, I am a member of Payback, but I'm speaking as myself. I would echo what he just said about the replica data. I urge you to ask staff and consultants about the meaning of a synthetic population. I would also ask you to ask staff and the consultants as to what real concrete data has been provided to Replica to match their modeling. They take data from things like, I forget the term they use, in-dash mechanisms, which presumably could be things like Google Maps. It doesn't appear to us at the meeting that we were presented this, that they track how many Palo Alto Unified School District children are riding across town to get to schools. So please ask how modeling bicycle and pedestrian trips works with Replica. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that. Is that our final speaker?
Yes, that's all our public comments.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, we'll bring it back to the commission. And who would like to start off comments? Commissioner Aiken?
Hi, I'm happy to start. I've got about 3 questions on each of the sections we're reviewing. If that's too much, I'm perfectly willing to break it up into multiple rounds. So everybody, let me know. On our packet page 39, the vision statement. Tree-lined paths. I thought that this phrasing might be easy to misunderstand as meaning that all of the paths are going to be tree-lined, when, of course, that won't be the case. However, I wanted to comment that the proposed performance measure for this is well stated. So if you could carry some of the meaning from the performance measure into the vision statement, I thought that might be successful. Safety being a shared priority, sustainable transportation is a shared priority, excuse me. I wasn't quite sure how to understand that, and so I was thinking about proposing something simpler like universal or ubiquitous or universally supported. And lastly, on this section, there's a wording issue. We invest more in walking and biking infrastructure. So I wasn't sure how to read this because the first sentence in the paragraph is aspirational. Palo Alto aspires to be a leader. Is this second sentence also intended to be aspirational? So maybe the correct wording would be, we will invest more, rather than stating just as an outright fact, we invest more. Just wanted to make sure the intent was expressed clearly there. Okay, the next session, draft objectives. Prioritizing safety. I think most people would read this as meaning prioritizing safety above all other goals. But in fact, there's always some process of compromise. Goals trade off against one another. So if you say you're prioritizing safety and then other aspects of the transportation system suffer, you might, there might be something misleading about the way this was phrased. And so what occurred to me was maybe rather than prioritizing safety, just be active about it and say improving safety. And lastly, in this section, discuss, let's see, where was this? Efficient travel options. That's in the bottom of the second bullet item. At some point, probably in the performance measures, it would be nice to be concrete and quantifiable about this. And since time is a measure that a lot of people use to decide their modes of transportation, you might want to say that bicycle travel times are competitive with vehicular travel times as a goal, as a performance measure, something that's quantifiable. And lastly, on packet page 41, the performance measures, I am very happy to see this goal of counting cyclists and pedestrians. Bravo. Under expand the walk bike network, how is the number of street closure events a good measure for expanding the walk bike network? I interpreted this as meaning temporary closures, but perhaps that's wrong, or perhaps you have some other causal link there that I missed. It just wasn't clear to me how, say, having a street fair on University improves the bike ped network. Similarly, something else I had a problem being sure I understood was the share of transportation budget for walking and biking. A road change made for other reasons might improve the walking, biking network. How do you count that? So something to perhaps phrase a little differently. And let's see, finally, under safe and complete streets, there's a question about whether to measure collisions per resident or per 10K cycle commuter. And my reaction was I would really rather see the basis be per cycle commuter, particularly as we expect to see a large increase in the number of residents. The denominator is going to get bigger, and the collisions per resident may go down, even if there's actually no improvement or if things get worse. So per cycling commuter looked like a better bet to me. So thank you. That's all I had.
Commissioner Chang?
Thank you. I agree with everything that Commissioner Aiken said, but also wanted to highlight with respect to the mission, or sorry, the vision, that I got really stuck on the second sentence of the second paragraph where it says we invest more in walking and biking infrastructure. So that's another person who got confused there, because my question was more than what or whom. I don't know what we're saying, and I don't even want to hazard a guess. So hopefully that can be clarified. I also wanted to say that I really agree with two of our public commenters who had some great ideas about adding 311 reporting for bike and ped accidents, because I guess this is a question I should have asked, which is there a sense from staff about which types of injuries are underreported? So there were some bar charts shown about injuries where there were severe, moderate, minor injuries. And my suspicion, at least anecdotally from hearing high school students talk, is that some moderate and minor injuries are probably unreported, but I don't, that they go unreported. Of course, I don't know what the exact definition is of a moderate versus a minor injury. I don't know, could staff answer that question if there's a kind of a consensus from everybody who's working on these issues about the categories that are underreported?
I'm unclear if those come from PD or if those are pre-established, but you are correct to state that a lot of collisions do go unreported. So what we're showing you are reported collision data.
Okay, so then I love this idea of making it easier to report because that will tell us more and we need to know, you know, it's just a continuous improvement thing. Also with all the changes that are coming with more housing, I think maybe some patterns may change. I also like the public comment about including low stress routes in the vision. I thought that his comments were actually were quite good there. As well as including the measurable objective of having more people cycling or maybe more more pedestrian and bicyclist miles. But I think that there should be something about more being the goal, because if we're making everything more attractive or improving the situation, it should make it more desirable for individuals to do it. And to Commissioner Aiken's point, it should be more on a per capita basis, not just an absolute level. And then finally, I have a question. If you look at page 17 and 18, and this is a little bit related to something that Commissioner Aiken said. So there's these charts, the two charts on packet pages 17 and 18 that draw the conclusion that there's been a decreasing number of pedestrian and bicycle collisions. My question would be, do we know what was happening to both overall ridership for bicycles or the number of walkers at the same time, as well as what was going on with traffic at the same time? Because I don't think that we can say that there's been a decrease unless everything else was constant, or at least, yeah. So I just think that there's information that's missing, and without seeing that missing information, I can't draw any conclusions from those two charts. Just let me think, little tabs. Oh, and then my final question, or maybe it's kind of like a piece of analysis that you might already know the answer to, but maybe it's one that should be easy enough to do, is on packet page 36 and sort of the surrounding pages too, packet pages 37, where we look at the pedestrian and bicycle collisions and collisions by severity. Have we overlapped those maps with the safe routes to school map to see, you know, if there's any supposedly safe routes to school that are not so safe? So that's a question for staff.
I don't believe we've gone through that exercise to overlay, but that's definitely good feedback as we take these maps into consideration as we develop that network in the future.
Because I would suggest that if we do that analysis and we do see sort of hotspots where there are, you know, high number of incidents on the safe routes to school routes, that perhaps that's an area that should be prioritized, because there are bike paths all over Palo Alto. We don't see a tremendous number of collisions, I don't think so, at least on some of our bike boulevards, which are publicized as a good place to bike. But similarly, safe routes to school routes are publicized as a supposedly good place to bike or walk. And if we do see kind of a clustering of collisions anywhere along those, then we got to fix those first, because it's kind of false advertising on our part. that's it for my comments. Thank you.
Appreciate those comments. I'll just close and say, I think without jumping to the next phase, part of what we want to do in the next time that we visit is develop that criteria that will include items like that. Like, does it show up on a high injury network, or is it a part of a Safe Routes to School walk map as we try to develop those priority projects? So appreciate that comment and definitely hold that for the next phase when we try to develop that criteria. Thank you.
Commissioner Liu?
Thank you. Firstly, I just want to mention that I strongly agree with Commissioner Aiken and Commissioner Chang's comments. And I also appreciate all the work so far from staff and our consultant to get us to this point. One clarification question just to start. Can you actually summarize the full scope of phase 2? And can you also confirm that phase 2 will complete, I guess, when council accepts it in that TBD spring 2024 date?
Right. So phase 2 is our existing conditions analysis phase, where we want to understand existing conditions, hence the LTS analysis, the barriers analysis, and the collision analysis. During this phase, we're also looking at developing our draft vision statement, the performance measures and those goals. And to answer your question, we do hope to take this information that we're hearing from the commissions as well as the community, present that to City Council, get their feedback on the draft vision statement, similar to you all tonight, package that information and conclude the phase and move on to the next phase that I just mentioned that speaks to the prioritization criteria.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate that. It's just useful for me to have that very explicitly to kind of frame my questions and comments on scope for this discussion. I, in particular, did have a question about bike counts. It's referenced as a measurement goal. Can you discuss a bit on how you plan to actually, or how we plan to actually collect data going forward?
So part of what this plan will do is tell us exactly that, is what would a count program in Palo Alto look like? And so I guess it's to be determined what that looks like in the future, but a part of the goal of this plan is to develop that as one of the outcomes, if you will, of the BPTP update.
Okay, so at this phase, we pick the metrics that we want, and then in the next phase, we set the programs on where the metrics would actually come from, whether they would come from Replica or whether we would have automated counters or other things like that.
Right, or even further down the road as we develop programs, that programs in the BPTP update, one of them can speak to, again, a count program that the city has in official and it runs, annual or 2 times a year, whatever is recommended. But yeah, one of the outcomes will be maybe a program that the city can move forward with.
Okay, got it.
To receive more consistent counts, because right now we don't have an established program.
Yep. Okay, got it. So that makes sense, and that will help frame my comments that this phase will really dial in the metrics we want, and then we'll figure out like how to include 311 data and how to include police data and all of that. And okay, cool. I will actually return for comments and pass it on to the next commissioner.
Okie dokie. Commissioner Templeton.
Thank you. I'd first like to say how happy I am that we're hearing this and having input on this. So thank you for bringing it. Regarding the vision statement, I do agree with my colleagues that it would benefit from a little bit more specificity. My suggestions are also mainly involving the second paragraph. So Palo Alto aspires to be a leader. It kind of leaves you hanging because there's so many things we're talking about that we're not sure what. But I think you're saying that later in the sentence, so I would just rearrange that sentence. Palo Alto aspires to be a leader in encouraging everyone to embrace sustainable modes with comprehensive programming. So it's a little bit more clear. I also agree with the comment about investing more than other cities, more money, more other kinds of resources. What do you mean? Do you have thoughts what was intended there?
I believe it was in terms of like resources, potentially financial resources, but we can definitely look to clarify that.
I think it would be really helpful because you have to think about how people in a position to do so will execute on this vision. So if you can be very specific, then when they approve it, they're sort of agreeing to it. So I would suggest that as a way of communicating your intentions more clearly. Now, as far as whether we prioritize safety or improve it, we should do both. But prioritizing, I think it is intended to say over other things. So I like that. I think we should prioritize safety. I think that's an issue of high concern to me, especially because of how much we encourage our youth to use biking and pedestrian mode for getting to school. So it's very important to me that I would like to see us keep that word. I also had written down about safe routes, as the vice chair mentioned, so I'll share my thoughts. I love the idea she mentioned about the overlay. I think that would be very smart and informative and help reassure parents because we do want to encourage people to do that. We also want to make it safe. So one thing that we lack in our reporting is age ranges for the fatal and severe injuries. And as much as I don't want to see any numbers on that, we have them. And we need to face that as we determine how we're prioritizing our children's safety. So I would say that that needs to be a lens that we can filter on and say, and we should also think about our elderly, especially in the pedestrian situation. You know, how safe are our facilities for walking? I know sometimes I feel like our sidewalks aren't safe in certain areas because maybe they haven't been designed or updated to modern safety standards. And I know we're working on that in some areas, but it'd be very informative to understand the age lens for those kinds of collisions and injuries. I also agree about, I strongly desire something like 311 and have attempted in the past, sorry guys, to use 311 for reporting this kind of stuff because I didn't know how else to do it, right? So if it's a collision and it's not fatal, the kid ends up at the ER, the kid ends up at high school. If it's a collision, we should be able to tell you whether the police are there or not. And your reporting is very much incomplete without that information. And I do believe that our high schoolers would be willing to, you know, we have a training in elementary and middle school. They don't all have phones then, by high school they do, and it'd be really nice to be able to share that and have reporting on it at the same time. I see Ms. Starlack is approaching the mic. Would you like to chime in?
Thank you.
Through the chair?
It's not great. Yes, hi, thanks. Sylvia Starlack, Transportation Planning Manager. Some of the safety items that you've been talking about tonight actually also are being addressed in the Safe Streets for All Safety Action Plan. For example, they'll also be looking at the overlay with the suggested routes to school.
Nice.
So that analysis is going to be happening. Regarding an interactive map or some kind of place to log a near miss or a collision that, you know, maybe your child wasn't paying attention and hit a parked car. I mean, those are the underreported things that don't get to the police, but still might need to be reported. I am looking at I'm researching, there are some already existing websites that do this work that collect. And so I'm trying to, I'll be looking into that as part of our safe system action plan. So it might not be part of this work for the bike plan. But I am looking into that because I do think that there is going to be some value for people to, go to a map and say, this is what happened to me here. So just want to let you know, that is a thing that I'm looking at. It might not be part of this effort.
It's great. Thank you for that update.
Thanks.
Yes, it's not always the kid running into the car. Sometimes it's the car running into the kid, just to think about the variety of things we have to report on. And some of them are even just the alignment of our streets to the sun can lead to more collisions, and we don't have any reporting on some of those problems. So anyway, I'll move on from that. And then last thing I just wanted to say, as a city, if we're coming up with a bike and pedestrian transportation plan, then I'm wondering, what are we doing as city staff to utilize these things and like source ideas from our own pool of staff? So I'm thinking, for example, I don't even know the answer to this. We probably do. Do we have our policemen and women like on bikes ever? Like, you don't have to have the answer if you don't know, but it'd be interesting to think about, like, as much as we want to promote biking in our city, we need to find ways to get that feedback from our trusted sources like our police and our other traffic safety officials.
Mr. Kami?
Thank you. I'm not expecting Ozzy's going to know this answer offhand, but just noting that that is something that we're looking at through the SCAP process, actually, is getting more city fleet available for other departments as well.
I love
Yeah.
it. I love to hear it. And I love that there is some cross-pollination here, and that's something to think about in terms of how you present it, especially when you bring it to other bodies besides us, is to reference more your colleagues' programs, because once we seem to have things more integrated, we're going to have more support. That's just how things work. So I think promoting the other projects you have going on and showing how it's integrated and well-connected and well thought out would be very valuable. Thank you.
Commissioner Rectal?
Okay, yeah, thank you. This is really good stuff. First, I'll start with the vision statement. One of the public speakers talked about that we don't talk about increasing biking at all, and we really should. That's one of our visions, that more people are going to bike and they're going to bike more often, and that really should be in the objective or a vision statement or something. You talk about we're making this more pleasant and all those other things. That kind of entails that people are going to do it more, but we don't explicitly state it. We really should. And one thing, Commissioner Aiken mentioned this, is making it more convenient. The vision statement does say this, making biking more convenient than driving. And for me, like if I'm going up to Stanford during rush hour, the fact that I can avoid Alma and Churchill and Page Mill and El Camino by biking, that wins. It's much faster to go through. And that's even if it's a drizzly day, I'd rather bike because it's faster. And speed is one thing that people really drives them. That's why people take Caltrain in the city, because it's faster than driving. So the speed and making it more convenient is a really big thing. So I think we should also tout that. Another speaker talked about e-bikes, and I love them because seniors can bike, that they might not be able to bike. People who maybe have a short range can go longer, and so now the commute becomes feasible just purely because of e-bikes. And so we really should say, what are we planning to do with e-bikes and how we're going to encourage them and how we're going to manage them? Because I love them, but they also scare me. They zip by me in the bike lane, and they quite often are going so fast you don't hear them coming. So how do we manage them, manage the good stuff and prevent the bad stuff? You mentioned that we aren't looking at recreation, like the replica data doesn't have recreation trips, people walking their dog or going for bike rides. And that's a big omission. Is there any way we can get that?
Let me just say they're not included in the replica data, but they are taken into consideration as a whole in the plan. Obviously, there are bike and walking trips, so we definitely don't want to exclude them by any means. But to capture some more of the data, we're looking at obviously input from you all, and like I mentioned earlier, establishing a count program in the long term. But as far as including some information for this plan, we're also looking at potentially doing counts now to better understand some of those movements and maybe.
Have we looked at other sources like Strava?
We are looking at other metadata sources, if you will, all of which have their own limitations and models. And so it's just a matter of, understanding what data we have, and just want to emphasize that, Replica has its own model, and I would say it may not be a complete picture of what's happening locally, but it's not to say that those trips are not happening. I think the information that Replica provides is useful, and is there other ways that we can enhance it through conversations with our community, our commission, our council, as well as, again, looking at more traditional sources such as counts.
Okay. Philip, do you want to say?
Mr. Kami?
If I can, I just want to note that replica data is validated, so it does have a high level of reported accuracy. There's certain recreational trips that might be missing from that. As an example, if you were to like take a trip from your house and ride somewhere and then ride back to your house, that one might not be counted as a trip. So that's the kind of thing where it might be missing some data. It doesn't mean it's missing all recreational trips or that no recreational trips get counted. It uses cell phone data, so similar, like, it uses mobile data like Strava would be the kind of thing that would, if you're using Strava, you're being tracked mobile, so they're collecting that same kind of data. And I'm far from the Replica expert, so I'm not trying to provide too much detail on it because I'm not an expert on it, but I can tell you what I know is that it's giving us a lot of robust data that we wouldn't have otherwise. And so we're finding it to be a very useful tool.
Okay. One of the public speakers mentioned we're not counting school trips. Is that Replica doesn't?
I thought I was going to sit down, but just
we're working you out tonight.
No,
You might as
that's
well
fine.
join us up here, Mr. Kami.
So the concern with not counting school trips is similar to that with just any other, is that it's tracked mobile data. So as an example, a student might or might not have a mobile device that's tracking, that's able to provide geolocation information. I think that data is higher right now than it probably was 5 years ago. My 10-year-old has a mobile device, shame to admit, because I want to know where he is when he's, riding the bus. So yeah, just to provide that context, it's not going to capture every single trip that happens, but they have some validation that they do. That's why we show a high level of school trips occurring in our data.
Okay. It'd be really good if we can do some manual counts in your schools, because that's such a big population of bikers. If we could do manual counts and verify that we're getting the same thing from Replica, or that.
Yeah, and to note, we do manual school counts through our Safe Routes to School program, but I think that's kind of what we're talking about in the future, is how can we set up a program to really do counts as part of this in the future.
Very good, thank you. Okay, let's see. On page 14, you talk about the bicycle parking inventory. That's awesome. Is that published somewhere or will be published?
We have a memo that we can share, short of us making the staff report that's in front of you longer. We try to just add a summary of the efforts, but we can definitely look to share.
Like if the public wants to see this, can you go to the website and say, click, show me all the parking spots in Palo Alto?
We do not have a map of the information, I don't believe, but we can, short of me promising we're going to do it, I think we have data to share, but.
So that is our intention, is to eventually be able to provide locations, but also to use that information to determine where, there's a shortage or not enough and all that. And just to note that we have never had this information in like a holistic manner where we can say, this is where all the bike parking is. So this is really the purpose of this effort, is to get that figured out.
Okay, very good. That would be a really good resource to have. Packet page 16 talks about the Adobe Creek and where you can cross and where you can't cross. And you're missing 3 crossings. We have a crossing at East Meadow that's not mentioned. We have one in Mitchell Park right by the Magical Bridge, and that's crossing Adobe there. And also over by Green Meadow, as you go from south from Charleston into Green Meadow, there's a bike path there, and they all cross Adobe Creek. So they should be included. Another thing is, for a safety standpoint, these three things that really irritate me is if I'm biking down the bike lane and there's a car parked in front of me, or quite often like an Amazon or UPS driver. And now I have to stop and look and try and get into traffic, and traffic's heavy, that's quite dangerous. And that they assume it's not being used, right? There's no cars there, so they park their Amazon truck there. Over on Charleston, when they redid, they have parking and then the bike lane. So that's really good because the cars that park there, the Amazon trucks, they don't interfere with the bike lane. And on trash day, they also have room for the trash bins. But on the other side of the train tracks there, the trash bins are right in the middle of the bike lanes. And can we work with who does the public waste? Is it public? Yeah, but what part of the city controls that? Is it Public Works or, anyway, the trash pickup people. Public Works, okay. There aren't that many busy streets that have bike lanes where you have the trash. And so can we find some solution there? So on trash days, they can find other ways of other places to put them so they're not interfering with bike lanes. Because that can be quite dangerous because now you have to dodge traffic and dodge garbage trucks. Okay, and finally, the last thing, this is mostly about bikes, but so pedestrians, I don't think are given quite enough attention in this report, particularly kids and seniors crossing streets, and refuge islands, I think, are a really important feature, and we aren't talking about that. And how can we encourage, like on Charleston, the fact that there's a refuge island in the middle has made that so much safer for all those kids crossing. And so we really need to encourage that. So there should be something about that. How are we going to make the crossings? And on El Camino, which we don't control, but that's a really big source, as Carrie will attest, of risk for all those kids that are crossing there. And it's just not pedestrians, it's also bikers, young bikers sometimes, if they're walking their bikes or if they lose their balance and they have to stop, now all of a sudden they're in the middle of El Camino without a refuge island. It can be rather scary. So anyway, that's a really important feature that we need to incorporate. Thank you.
Commissioner Liu, do you want to go again?
Yes, I'll make just a few comments. So firstly, I agree with all my fellow commissioners about making the vision statement more concrete. I would love to elevate some of our key metric goals like greenhouse gases or actual ridership to be included in the vision. We say we want to be, or we say that we aspire to be a leader, but it's not really clear what that means. There's a lot of generally nice things and not a lot of specifics. And also, to be clear, we don't need to like include a specific metric goal in the vision statement, but we should at least mention some of the key things that we're trying to grow. On the vision statement as well, like Commissioner Rechtel mentioned, I just want to second the inclusion of convenience and speed for longer trips as well. Right now, that's only mentioned in the context of short trips. And overall, I'd also like the vision statement to be a bit tighter. Like sustainability is mentioned several times. Things like overcoming barriers are mentioned, but not clearly explained, but then kind of you can piece it together a little bit what that means in, 3 different sentences on what we mean by overcoming barriers. I think we really need to take a just copy editing pen and be very clear about what we mean, because that's how we miss some kind of basic stuff. Like Commissioner Rechtel mentioned, we don't explicitly say that we're trying to grow ridership, even though I think that's part of the mandate of this plan. And so there's just a round of tightening that needs to happen, notwithstanding all the other comments. On the metrics, I agree with Commissioner Aiken that some of these are pretty directional and maybe better just to leave out. Things like street closures. Even worse than that, there was something for grants for like temporary street closures, which is just a more indirect version of like the actual street closures that happen, right? I think there are a couple other things as well that we should just take a serious look at. Like, I think there was a mention of promotional events. I think there was some compliance with some checklists. I don't have the full details and context there, but I think staff should consider them. On the metrics though, I really do love the mention of bike counts and accidents, and I'm thrilled that we will have a plan to track those more rigorously. Other things we could include, as a public commenter noted, we could include mode share. We'll have bike counts. We may well have vehicle counts through some other means, or we could include vehicle counts as part of this data collection. And I think having a consistently trackable mode share metric would be incredible. Couple other suggestions, potentially citations for parking in bike lanes or citations for violating the 3 feet rule. I think that would also send a clear message that we really care about safety. And if we, I'd actually be interested in seeing where those metrics sit right now, but I would definitely be interested in tracking those as an ongoing basis, on an ongoing basis. And yes, okay, a couple last notes. There's a discussion about accessible or a mention of accessible intersections as a success metric. Like Commissioner Rechtel also mentioned, we should include other pedestrian accessibility improvements, but also I was specifically going to flag, we should include the number of intersections that are safely updated for cycling, with bump outs and like bike protection islands and things like that. And yes, those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. And I want to thank you for the presentation, and also our public speakers who I thought made very good points today. I don't have a whole lot to add that hasn't been mentioned already, but just to pile on with the vision statement needs a bit of clarity and a bit of work, especially that we invest more in walking, that concept. I really appreciated the comments of my colleagues and Vice Chair Chang's comments about the uncertainty of how to read some of the charts, which seemed to make good sense to me, and maybe we can get a little better data there. I do like the idea that came from the public about maybe a 311 or some kind of reporting system, so we get a handle on a broader perspective on bike accidents. And the low stress routes added into the vision statement, and increasing the overall number of cyclists is a goal for our vision statement, I think. And I know some of this is going to happen in the future, but looking at how the accident maps align with safe routes to school. And I like the comments that my colleagues made about some of the metrics could be different, or some things weren't, like the street closure item wasn't really a strong metric to have there. I also think a bike parking inventory map would be pretty cool, working on that, because people tend to just put their bikes everywhere they're not supposed to. You know, I didn't notice if there was something in here that I missed, but I also think it's important to emphasize that for bicycle, and maybe it's in here and I didn't recall it or make a note of it, that it's important for bikes to, when they're in the streets, to follow the stop signs and stoplights with regards to pedestrians. I don't know if that concept of safety is in here, but sometimes bikes are pretty scary for pedestrians also. And not that we want to discourage anyone from biking, but that's a real aspect of safety too. Other than that, other than agreeing with all my colleagues and thinking that we covered everything, I think that's all I need to add right now. Do my colleagues have any additional comments? No? Okay, if that's enough feedback for you to work with for now.
It is. I appreciate the feedback received, and I know there was a lot of material to cover today, so thank you for your time. And again, if you have more to share, please do send it to transportation@cityofpaloalto.org. And then also, we will send out follow-up information on those mid-April in-person engagement activities that we mentioned, including the community workshop at Mitchell Park on April 16th, the bike ride with Silicon Valley Bicycle Coalition on Thursday, April 18th. I'm going out of order here. And then the walk with Avenidas here in downtown on Wednesday, April 17th. So look out for more information on that and hope you can join us. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much, Son. So I think we don't need a break now, do we, colleagues? No? Okay. So we will get set up to move on to our next item here. Oh.
I just wanted to make a note that with Bryna remotely working for Just Cause, there's a requirement, in case she hasn't noticed my text, that if there is an adult in the room, an 18-year-old in the room where she's participating, she'll need to call that out and the name of the person, that kind of thing. So Bryna, if you're hearing that, before there's any action. Yeah, sorry?
I'm here by myself.
Okay, thank you. Just wasn't sure you saw my note. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Chang. Okay, so we'll move on to our action item for this evening, which is a public hearing quasi judicial on 739 Sutter, which is a recommendation on an applicant's request for approval of a vesting tentative map to allow for a new condominium subdivision. And because this is a quasi judicial matter, I think we'll just go down the row with disclosures.
Nothing to disclose for me.
Nothing to disclose.
Nothing to disclose.
Nothing to disclose.
I will disclose that I made a site visit and I specifically did it on Tuesday morning, which is the garbage day on Sutter Street, because I wanted to observe what was happening there. So just so everybody knows. And with that, we will go on to the presentation.
All right, give me just 1 second. I'll introduce Claire Raybold, who will be presenting the project. Claire has brought the project to the Architectural Review Board previously, and she is uploading her presentation now.
Great, thank you, Amy. Good evening. Oh, what is going on? Good evening, commissioners. The project before you tonight is a vesting tentative map for 739 Sutter Avenue. Vesting tentative map, oh, sorry. This won't go away. Okay. This is a vesting tentative map for a single lot subdivision of an existing 16,720 square foot parcel for a 12 lot condominium subdivision. It requires a waiver from the private street width, which was also required and tentatively approved as part of the streamlined housing development project review. The existing parcel is code compliant, meaning it meets the minimum lot size, minimum width, minimum depth, and there's no change to that parcel size. Condominium subdivision requires private streets per Title 21 requirements, and they are not meeting the minimum street width of 32 feet. So they are requesting a waiver to the minimum street width, and that minimum street width is 20 feet at a minimum, 24 feet in some areas. And the subdivision map findings for approval are provided in attachment B of your packet in the draft record of land use action. And other key considerations for you tonight are just the fact that it does include that request for a waiver as part of the application as well. And the project is exempt from CEQA in accordance with CEQA guidelines section 15332, which is for class 32 exemptions for infill development. The city did prepare documentation to support that exemption, which includes, but is not limited to, air quality analysis, historic analysis, transportation analysis, and noise analysis. And that is included in the last attachment. A link to that report is included in the last attachment of your package. And staff recommends that the Planning and Transportation Commission take the following action. Recommend approval of the proposed tentative map to the City Council based on findings and subject to the conditions of approval in the draft record of land use action in attachment B of your packet. And with that, I'll turn it back to you and recommend, I believe the applicant is available tonight along with their civil, but I don't believe they have a presentation.
Okay, thank you for that. I see that Commissioner Aiken's light is on.
Clarifying questions. You ready?
Yes, yes,
Okay.
go ahead.
Just a quick one. The existing public utility easement, why is that no longer needed?
It's just no longer in use. And the reason we want to remove it is one, because it's no longer necessary. And most importantly, because the neighbors are very concerned about their privacy. And so we want to be able to plant trees in that rear lot area.
Great, thank you.
Other clarifying questions? I have a couple actually. So in our code 1815-020J, which is a definition for qualifying for a density bonus law, it mentions that it's available for applications that propose to add 5 new units or more. Is that no longer? Is this still a current regulation or?
Yeah, that's still one of the qualifying features for density bonus is that you have to be adding 5 units.
Yeah,
Okay, but this project is
it
adding,
has 4 new units, but it's a total of 12 units that are being proposed.
so it's not, so 1815-020J says 5 new units. So we're not adding 5 new units here. So I was just curious if that was an artifact in our code or if it's still the regulation that they have to, a regulation that I assume is based on state regulation that they have to add 5.
Yeah, I'm sorry. The net new aspect is an artifact in our code.
Okay, I didn't recall that that was going to be, that was one of the changes we were making when we had our density bonus update, but maybe I didn't recall that. So did that stem from a recent change in the density bonus law?
I'll have to go back and look to see, when that changed.
Okay, because I don't know where that, I don't know if we know where that came from or if it's no longer valid. Maybe it was from a different state code. So I would look at that a little and think about taking it out of the code if it's incorrect. Because it's quite clearly states adding 5 new ones. Okay. And then I wanted to ask on packet page 45, there's a statement about bottom paragraph consistency with the comp plan, area plans, and guidelines. I was wondering what was meant by guidelines.
That's just the standard title we put for that section. In this case, there are no guidelines that are relevant, but in some areas, there's South El Camino design guidelines and whatnot.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. I understand that. And then I have a question on packet page 55, condition 5. And it refers you to understand what it means. It refers you to the project plans. So it might be easiest to answer this if we put the page that I think is pertinent of the project plans, which is A0.5. If we could bring that up on the computer, because it's maybe what is a boilerplate statement. It's the additional CC&R requirements. The CC&R shall also include a provision that dictates the responsibilities of tenants for trash pickup for the townhomes. And then after that, it says, as shown in the approved plan set. And when I looked at that, I have a lot of questions about that will come up when we have discussion. But for now, I wanted to know if the diagram of the cans is to scale. And that's the trash
So-
cans in this, it's A0 or A0, I'm not sure, .5.
Yeah, so to be clear, the plans I was actually referencing, and that is the architectural review plans, which has detailed information on the storage of the trash and then shows how it will be brought out on Trash Day and located. I think that in fact, on C50, I'm not seeing where you were referencing. There is no.
Well,
storage that I'm seeing.
A0.5 shows the garbage cans.
Are you looking at the architectural review plans?
The latest plan set.
Okay, okay.
We can come
We're
back.
looking at the vesting tentative map right now.
Right.
So, okay, but you're asking about the architectural review plans.
Yes, I'm asking about the project plans.
Okay, but it's not the project before you tonight, to be clear.
No, I understand that, but we do have to make the findings for the conditions of approval on the record of land use.
Sure.
And I'm just trying to clarify what that means, and I wanted to ask specifically if that page of the plans, the cans were shown to scale.
I believe they were, because there were very specific requirements that have to be met by our zero waste division for distance between cans and the cans themselves.
Okay. All right, but then thank you for clarifying that. And later, when it comes to the discussion, I'll have a few more questions for that. But if there are no other clarifying questions, we can go to the public. Do we have any speakers?
No, I have not received speaker cards or raised hands on Zoom.
Okay. Then we can bring it back to the commission if we have no speakers. And who would like to make some comments or continue with the discussion? Okay. then I will. So the plan page, what I was concerned about with this condition, and you can correct me if I'm mistaken, is that it refers to the plans to mark no parking in front of the frontage of the building for, it says something, and it's on that page, plan page, it's not anywhere in the narrative, for the hours of scheduled pickup. And I just didn't understand that, so maybe staff can explain more what that means and what the hours of pickup are. And we didn't have this view in our plan set.
Yeah.
From the project plans on the, so it
So I
shows
can bring
that
it up
on garbage
Zoom.
day, which is why I went and looked there on garbage day, because I wanted to see what the can situation is. Because trash cans in, when there's apartment buildings, can take up a lot of the parking. Like my street, because I don't live in R1, I live in R2, which is basically R2, but there's a lot of grandfathered little apartment buildings and garbage cans where each unit has a full complement of the cans, meaning one for trash, one for recycling, and one for compost. They can actually take up a lot of the parking. So I was wondering about this. Yeah, that's the right picture. Because what happens, I went over, well, so a number of things. One is what is the intention for the hours that parking would be prohibited here?
I would have to confirm with Green Waste how often they anticipate that they would have to pick up if they would do it just once a week. I'm not sure. Each one has their own bins. I know most single-family residents only pick up once a week, so I presume that it would probably be once a week pickup.
Yeah, it looks, well, when I went over there Tuesday morning, which is garbage day, it looks like there's two buildings that are exactly the same as this building. There's like mirror images of this building, and they look like they all have their own garbage cans, the black cans, and that they share recycling and compost, so they don't all have them. But there certainly is no prohibition against parking to accommodate cans. And what happens on a street like that is that, you park where you can park and people have to put their cans out. My street, we have problems with that, and I put my cans in my driveway and block my driveway to be courteous to my neighbors, because if everybody puts their cans on the street, even on my street, which is a mix of small apartments and single-family homes, you can take up all the parking. So I am concerned about this as a solution in this case. And I'm also, where else do we use this in the city, that we prohibit parking on garbage day pickup?
So it all depends on the width of the street. So this was actually a required condition of approval of the development for transportation. They recommended it because they were concerned about how it might affect, continued traffic on the street if, during that pickup hour. And so, if people parked and people couldn't put out their bins, and so they recommended that we put a no parking sign for the hours of pickup. Again, each single family each residence in this development has its own bins in this scenario. So I would presume that you're going to have once a week pickup at some, morning hour likely. And then that would be the one time that it's restricted.
For how long?
I would have to ask, but I think they usually have about a couple of hours of time, like a time span of a couple hours that it's restricted.
So when you say usually, is that based on other places in the city where
Yeah, we have this in a lot of other places in the city.
Oh, we do?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, and do they pay for the privilege of using the public right of way? Is there a fee?
No, it's actually allowed per Title V of the code to use the public right of way for trash. Now, thinking about your comments on the earlier, it has been something that planning has very much been grappling with, not so much for smaller projects, but especially with larger projects, and especially as we think about existing and planned bike lanes in those areas, then it becomes a lot more complicated.
Yeah, and I wasn't aware we did this anywhere else in the city. Like I've just never knew about it or heard about it. And it seems pretty problematic. Like, why wouldn't everybody want that privilege? And then where are people going to park? I mean,
Yeah, I mean, we like to have it on site if we can, but that's not always an option. And there are, green waste and our zero waste division have gotten a lot stricter, thinking about the safety of the drivers and also safety of residents and bicyclists. And so they've really cracked down on having trucks go into developments and having to back up. They also get a lot of complaints about noise from the backup of the trucks. And I think it's also increased with the increase in waste streams. So now they're having to go in and back up for every single waste stream. So now they're doing it 3 times or 6 times if you're in a townhome development and have to do both sides. So I think that's where it's become stricter. And so it has been a harder thing to grapple with in terms of how to deal with it on a project by project basis to find the best solution.
yeah, well, yeah, it really surprised me and didn't seem like the best solution. And in addition, since you verified that it's shown to scale here, that isn't even a configuration that Green Waste would find legal because they require a much larger space between the cans. So I don't even think this would fit for this building.
I mean, that was a significant discussion during the review of the plans, and this was the final plans that was approved by Zero Waste, so.
Green Waste approved these plans? Oh, I'm surprised also because they say they want 2 feet between the cans when you put them out. They don't want them touching each other because of the automated thing, I guess, that lifts them up.
I don't know about 2 feet. I thought it was 6 inches between cans, but I'm not sure. Yeah.
Yeah,
Well-
my recollection is it's 2 feet as well, although the mechanism is capable of using less.
I think there are, well, yeah, I'd have to confirm, but I know that they reviewed these plans and they found them acceptable. I know there are 2 different types of trucks that they run, so I don't know if that is potentially why they do a different type of truck, like the overhead bin versus a side arm bin. So that might be a difference. I'm not sure.
I mean, I have a hard time understanding how this is going to work if we extend this privilege to multiple people. And to your point in Title V, there's also, which is the only place I could find any description of that might fit like the regular refuse pickup times, the language that's in here. Refuse service hours, and that was that you are allowed to put your can out for 3 days, the day before your scheduled service, the day of your scheduled service, and the day after your scheduled service. Other than that, the bins are supposed to be put away. So I was thinking that maybe this would be a 3-day, but to be consistent with that right that everybody has to have a little flexibility in putting their cans out and taking them in because of people's schedules. And this also specifies in one of the arrows that the bins are brought to the staging area along Sutter Avenue for service and immediately brought back in place after servicing. So I don't even see how this is practical or enforceable. And currently, and I took photos, but I didn't send them to you or anything, but currently because they share the tenants, there's 8 units currently, and everybody had a little black trash can, and they had 1 or 2 compost, recycling. I didn't see a compost. And that's how, pretty much consistent with the other buildings, that are the same configuration as this building. And at the same time, that these people are being given what I think is sort of a special privilege compared to other people. And they're going to take up all the parking, and it's 5 parking spots there. The day I went, there were 3 parking spots, 2 with cars in it, and 1 which a car had obviously left because bins were all jammed together. And I can just imagine with the amount of development that we think we're going to get, and who knows, maybe the other 2 buildings that are the same as this building might go up for redevelopment rather quickly. It won't work very well to not be able to have people use parking spots because it's designated. I also don't see how it would be enforced, but I know that most of enforcement, like 80%, is just putting a sign up and people don't want to risk a ticket. So I don't know. I didn't know that we did this anywhere else in the city. I was thinking we hadn't done this. It also seems a little weird. I know you can, in Title V, you can have alternate companies pick things up and stuff, and you can make your own deal. You don't have to use green waste. But I was just concerned that this was setting a precedent that might become very difficult in the future, and that it wasn't really even workable the way it is. If green waste thinks they're far enough apart, then they should let everybody else know that they can put their cans closer together. I guess so. It seems like they're getting a little bit of a special privilege. Other people that use public right away, and I'm thinking about restaurants and parklets and Cal Ave, are going to have to pay a fee to use the right of way. And obviously this is not permanent or all the time, but it's awfully hard for me to understand what the impacts would be when the information is not very specific also. So that was my biggest concern about this. And it is something, the conditions of approval are something that we have to be comfortable with, I think.
Yeah, I mean, that condition of approval is, it's a condition of approval of the development. We added it in as a CCNR just to reinforce that because it has a stronger reinforcement if it's also part of the covenants and restrictions on the site, to ensure that property owners understand their responsibilities related to that. But it's a condition of approval of the development as well. So, I do understand your comments on that. Like I said, it's pretty standard, even in a lot of the areas where we have trash enclosures, they are being brought out to the street for servicing. So there was a short period of every, time where, that area is being blocked by those.
Well, yeah, but everybody, it's just the same for everybody. There aren't some people that have theirs specially signed and reserved for them. It's just, and it seems to me like they're getting a special privilege for one, and that it would be very unworkable if everybody wanted that same special privilege. And I also don't feel like I have enough. I would prefer another solution be found, and that might have to be having the refuse stored on site until the day of pickup, but not in this configuration. And I can understand with the extra narrow street, and it's
Well,
also.
it is being stored on site until pickup, just to be clear.
No, I know, I
it's
didn't
only
say
being
that
brought out
right.
for the
I
pickup.
sort of misspoke.
Okay.
But I understand that they don't want to have a garbage container. There's no room for that on this, the way it's being developed. but I'm sort of uncomfortable with this. I also think that maybe one of the reasons a garbage truck can't go back to a shared area here is because of the narrow width of the private street, and also it's shared with the next building. So to me, I would prefer this be rethought and maybe a different solution.
Yeah, I do understand your thoughts. Just to be clear, the only way that it could be redesigned so that it could be picked up on site would be to have a complete U-shaped, thing that went all the way through. So there's no way that, they would access the site no matter what the street width is. Well, I mean, that is relevant, but that's not what's prohibiting them from going on site here. It's that they won't go on site and then back up. So it does have to be a complete turnaround for them to be able to go on site, or a K-turn that they can do on site to be able to turn out. Yeah.
I just wanted to bring up some examples because I know we were just speculating about how much this is happening in other parts of the city. It happens pretty frequently on Vista. I think it's called Vista Avenue. It's in Barron Park. All of those units are bringing their stuff out to the street because the garbage trucks don't go down their private road. So it's definitely happening. And that's all I was just trying to say.
Oh, I understand. Thank you for that. I understand that. It's just that I haven't seen a situation where the parking was restricted for everybody in a public right of way for the garbage. Everybody just takes it out and they deal with the situation, however.
I think it's intended that way on Vista, but I'm not sure if it's actually happening, like how it was written, but certainly there's no parking on trash days.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I'll note that just the last two projects at 420 Acacia and 3001 El Camino both have this for their trash pickup as well. An area that's designated for parking, and 3001 actually doesn't even have, I believe their bins actually stay on the site, but they still have an area because they have to have an area where the trash truck can park to be able to pick it up. So it's still restricting parking in front of that area.
I see that Commissioner Chang's hand. Does
Or
that-
I have a follow-up here. Can I
Okay.
jump in? So best practices, at some point, because right here we have 12 units and each one has their own little containers. So that means we're going to have 36 containers out there. At what point do we transition into common containers?
Based on the timeframe for which this project was filed, they were still allowed to do this, but there were new code changes that don't apply to projects that will apply to projects that were not deemed complete at the time the ordinance was adopted, that now make it so you have to do a trash enclosure on the site. It will reduce the number of bins kind of coming across, but it may not stop them from still having to pull the bins out. Bins versus carts. These are smaller ones are carts and the bigger ones being bins.
But it would be more compact than.
But it would be more compact, yeah.
Okay.
And for just reference, 420 Acacia, we did require that they do a trash enclosure because they had more bins. It was 16 units versus 12, and it actually extended beyond their frontage, and we wouldn't allow them to use anything beyond their frontage. And so we required a trash enclosure.
But this frontage has enough room that you can fit all 36?
Yes.
Okay. I looked at the website. The city's website does say 2 feet between it, but that may be nice to have as opposed to requirements. So, okay, thank you.
Commissioner Chang?
Yes, thanks. I just wanted to echo my concerns about this because I've received a little note from Green Waste saying that I did not space my cans properly. So we definitely need to verify that. I mean, maybe it's because there's a different truck that they're using that has different capabilities. But also, so I want to understand and just to double check that I understand what you're saying, Ms. Raybold, about there are other developments where we ask that a sign is provided that indicates that parking is not allowed. Is that correct?
Sorry, say that one more time.
So I understand that it's all over the city where on trash day, parking goes away. I understand that. That's just the way things work. However, I think if I heard you correctly, you're saying that there are other developments where we require that a sign shall be provided that indicates that parking is officially not allowed during trash collection hours. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And then in those situations, in those other situations, how do we define refuse service hours?
The signpost, so I'd have to check with transportation on how many hours, but my understanding is it's a short period of hours. That is the period where they're expecting the bins to be taken out and ends, within a few hours. But I can get confirmation on that from our transportation division. I'm just trying to think. Generally, it's not going to be like a multiple day period. Like, it's the hours that they're going to be bringing. They would presumably be bringing the bins out to the street. But they don't restrict the hours after that. For when people end up bringing their bins in, whether they do or not, like they're not going to keep restricting the street for that period of time. And I think they only restrict on streets where they might have concerns about the width of the street. Alternatively, if the trash truck actually needs to be in that area where the parking is to be able to access.
Okay, I understand. So, yeah, I think I'm just worried about precedent setting here, but glad to hear that there's a change. There's been a change in the ordinance that bins would be required, and that am I understanding correctly? If I say that if today this project submitted an application, it would be required to have a bin. Is that correct? Rather than the carts?
Correct.
Okay. Makes me feel a little bit better. Is it possible for us to approve the vesting tentative map, but like contingent upon us getting some clarification on this one additional condition of approval?
I mean, you guys could always make a recommendation to council. This is going to go to council, so you can make a recommendation with a specific thing to look into or anything.
Okay.
Are you finished, Commissioner Chang?
Yes, sorry, I'm finished.
Okay. And the only other thing I was going to add, that this street doesn't have parking strips. It has a rolled curb and then the sidewalk. So on my street, literally, if I get home and all the bins are still out, you can put them up on the parking strip and park. But here you wouldn't be able to do that. They'd be blocking the sidewalk also. So I think I'm really sad that there was a timing issue that made it impossible to require shared bins, bigger bins on the site. But if that's the timing, that's timing, I guess. And I hope this doesn't become a problem in the future. And I would like to see a motion that at least calls this something in the motion that calls this out to council to take a look at and possibly fix, if there's any way to fix it. And maybe what would be more fair from my point of view is to not treat it as a privilege for this one new building and just let them do it like everybody does on garbage day. And I suspect that not everybody in these 12 condos will have a compost bin, a big compost bin, for instance, because they'll probably have a service. And that they wouldn't all need one, which would alleviate some of the issue of the bins stacking up there. I don't know why it says 2 feet on green waste rules for pickup if they don't need that. That's crazy. I'm sorry that there was no way to design this with the site providing its own, shared things. I think it's big enough. And now, so you said there was a change in the law. Is there a unit break at which this happens? Like so many units they have to have?
I'm not entirely sure. I'd have to review the regulations. I just am aware because for our architecture review board, trash pickup has become such a hot topic that we actually had Zero Waste come into the retreat and talk to us about what their regulations are and
I guess
ways we
what
might find solutions.
What I like to consider is that they have the same right to any unit and any home has to garbage pickup as condos. They can get all 3 bins if they want, but I don't think they should have on this street, they alone have any condition that's different that means they need it labeled no parking for any length of time. I just don't see why compared to the other people on the street who have the same, or everybody's in the same boat. So,
I mean, again, it was a condition of approval that was added by transportation, and I think it related to safety. So I'd have to talk with them to understand it better, but
too bad that they left.
Yeah.
So, well, I would like to see that aspect of it removed. But anyway, I see Commissioner Lose-Light.
I'll just say a quick word about the trash situation. I do find it peculiar that that is a condition of approval. Perhaps Chair Suma could confirm, but from doing some sleuthing around Google Maps and Street View, it seems like each unit does have their own bins, but presumably they just choose not to roll them out all at once or consolidate in some way, or at least from Google Maps, they're like recycling bins, it seems like tucked behind a fence. And, people figure reasonable solutions out when there are cars in the road. They'll find a spot just to the side, put it in, they'll talk with the neighbors, they'll find some way to consolidate. Like it's a peculiar condition of approval, and I'll just leave that as a comment. I did have one question about the affordable units, and perhaps Mr. Yang could help clarify. So my understanding from the state density bonus ordinance from last time was that the state density bonus requires an equivalent number of affordable units as there are currently lower income tenants. Have we done any reach out, or do we have any sense of, okay, there are actually 3 lower income tenants, so therefore we actually need 3 affordable units instead of 2?
Yeah, we definitely did that analysis as part of it, and there are no existing that qualify as low income tenants or any deed restrictions on these. It is part of Senate Bill 330 regulations that you have to explore that and confirm any resident who's lived there in the past 5 years, actually.
Okay, that's great due diligence, and I'm glad we're not displacing people from naturally affordable housing that really, really need it. So thank you.
Any other comments? from my colleagues or motions? Nothing?
Yeah, I'm feeling a distinct lack of room to maneuver here. So with respect to making a motion, I'm not sure what kind of additional review is possible, given the constraints that have been described. Do you have an idea?
Additional review, I don't think is necessary at this point. I do think it's been thoroughly discussed and I understand the limitations. But I personally, think that the parking restriction that is solely for this new building should be removed and that everybody should just get their garbage picked up like, with the same rights and privileges to share the street and the parking and garbage bins as is currently there. Commissioner Chang?
So I would like some help from colleagues to craft a motion. I mean, I think we're all sort of looking at this with I'm not in the room, but it seems that we all kind of share some similar concerns here. So I would like to craft a motion that recommends that I would like to craft a motion where we recommend the staff recommended motion, but that we somehow flag this one additional condition of approval to City Council to make sure that we are, I mean, I share Chair Suma's concern about kind of uneven, like, why are we giving a special privilege to this one development? Does anybody have any ideas?
Commissioner Rector?
I have a question for staff. So is there anything in this design that precludes them having a common bin? Apart from Green Waste not wanting to back up there, but if Green Waste got a smaller truck and was willing to do it, there's nothing about this design that would preclude them from going 10 years down the road and putting in bins?
I don't know where they would put the bins without removing a unit because
On the picture I was looking at, looks like on the side.
there's a transformer at the end of the drive aisle.
Oh,
Yeah. And you couldn't put it at the end of the,
you can't put it in front of that transformer?
it can't go in front of the transformer and it couldn't go on the end of the private street on the other side because there wouldn't be enough room and the units wouldn't be able to back out. So without removing a unit, I will say that the original design included a proposal with it on site at the front of Private Street A, kind of all along that Unit 1 frontage or side frontage. And Zero Waste couldn't support it for various reasons. Still the issue of the trash pickup and also the issue of reducing the street width too much.
But right when you come in there, there's the T. There seems to be a chunk in front of that transformer. Why couldn't you put it there?
You can't put a trash enclosure in front of the transformer. You have to have clear access in front of the transformer.
You can't put a rolling trash bin there. The issue is that if you had a
But
gate.
you have to have a trash enclosure with the bins inside. And you would have to have enough bins to serve all of the 12 units. Yeah, roofed enclosure.
So we're kind of stuck here.
Yeah, I believe the insight we're looking for is on sheet C 4.0, which describes the turning movements for the vehicles going in to unit number 12 that blocks the area that I believe Commissioner Rectal had in mind.
So if they were proposing this today, we could force them to have a trash bin, or can they waive that with builders, I mean, with density bonus? Can they waive trash pickup? Is that?
It would be certainly possible that they could waive it too. Yeah.
Is Albert there?
Albert, do you want to share your wisdom?
Yeah, I mean, I think we'd have to look at it more closely, but it's likely something that could be waived. The only reason it might not get waived is if there's some sort of quantifiable impact on public health that we could show as a result of, having these individual cans rather than, one large shared bin. But I'm having a hard time imagining what that quantifiable impact on public health would be.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So I've been thinking about this during our discussion tonight, and I'm not really clear on whose interests we're protecting with this argument. Other places in the city have similar requirements. Trash needs to be picked up, and we need housing. So I don't understand what the issue is. If the issue is that one day a week, parking has to give way to trash pickup, that's just like every other place in the city. All of us can't park where we put our bins.
No, but it's just in front of this one development.
It's wherever I put my bins too, and you put your bins. We can't park there.
No, but.
Well, in your case, you have a driveway. Yeah.
No, but my point is, it's the restriction is for this building alone. The other people on the street don't have the privilege of that or the responsibility. You can look at it both ways of that. And I think that removing the parking restriction solves the problem for me.
I think the reason that's there is for public safety, because if you had to put the bins on the other side of cars parking there, the road wouldn't be passable. So I mean, it makes sense. People do have to have their trash picked up.
But the whole road already works in the way it works most places, where people share on garbage day, some parking goes away and people share the parking and the place to put their bins. This will be the only place on the street that has the restricted parking, and I don't think it's fair or necessary or good.
Who's it not fair to, I guess, is what I'm trying to understand.
To the other people on the street who already live there.
They can't park there if there's trash bins there.
I know they can't park there. It might result in the same thing, but I don't think we need a restriction. I don't think it's enforceable, and I think it's giving a special condition to one property. I don't think it's really necessary, and I don't think it's desirable.
So I think what we're saying is there's a semantic difference here, and we've spent a while talking about it, and that's what Brian is hoping we can highlight in our motion.
Yeah.
Okay.
My only concern, I think this will work, but what happens if every apartment complex on the street does the same thing? And
Trash will be removed without harming cars.
Yeah.
That's what that will happen.
it just seems like having 36 bins out there is not the most efficient way of doing it, but
That I agree with, but the company has agreed and the city has agreed that that is doable. And that's the part I'm like, if they've already decided, I don't know, other than highlighting it for council and saying this is a semantic issue we need you guys to figure out because we're split on it. Like, that's fine. I think that's our job, right, is to highlight these issues for council.
Would someone like to make a motion?
Or no? What? Bryna, did you make a motion that was the staff motion plus notes? I'm happy to second that.
I'd like to ask the chair, did you have a suggestion for how we can best flag this?
Yes, I think we should move staff.
Yeah.
We should move staff recommendation, and I don't have to read it all now. It's 1 and 2 on packet page 42 with the addition of removing the parking restriction for refuse pickup hours for the applicant property referred to in conditions of approval and plan page A0.5. So all we're doing is removing the parking restriction.
I thought we were going to highlight it for them to decide, because if we're going to go for an hour, if we have to discuss this, like it's something that we're highlighting. We don't have clear direction from council about whether we can or can't, or from staff.
Well, I mean, if people don't want that amendment, they don't have to vote for it, but Commissioner Chang did ask me if I had language, and I think that's the simplest thing.
I'm only highlighting that we had talked about moments ago, doing it as a highlight and not as part of the motion. So let's hear what the motion is, if whoever wants to make it.
If no one else wants to make the motion, I'll make the motion. And that is to move staff recommendation on packet page 42, which is 2-part. Consider the project exempt from CEQA in accordance with CEQA guidelines, section blah, blah, et cetera. And part 2, recommend approval of the vesting tentative map to the city council based on the findings and subject to the conditions and approval, et cetera. So that's staff recommendation. And add, remove the parking restriction for refuse pickup hours for the applicant property referred to in conditions of approval and on plan page A0, unless it's an O.5.
I mean, I'm concerned, 36 carts out there put between cars is just not going to be a safe situation. I can see why transportation said that they wanted this whole chunk of area to be free so they can have all the carts crammed together. I would be more inclined to say something, consider, check with green waste if there's a better way of handling waste removal. But I don't think I don't have the information to tell me that we can remove this. That's between green waste and transportation to figure out what's the optimal way of configuring this. I don't like it, but I think it might be the lesser of two evils.
I would second the motion as written on the screen. But I don't know if anybody's making I can make that motion as written on the screen and consider rather than.
I just made it.
Okay, you made it.
Yeah. And I haven't got a second yet unless your second was not conditional, but you meant it for real. So are you seconding the motion?
Yeah. Notice that they added consider to your, I don't think you said consider, did you?
No.
Go ahead.
Yeah, without the language of consider, I also find it unsafe and insufficient data from staff for us to make that part of our recommendation. However, we do want staff to come back with the council with clear answers on these things.
I'll accept the addition of the word consider.
Okay.
If it makes it more palatable to my colleagues.
Yeah, I'm happy with this.
So are you seconding, Commissioner Rectal?
Or I thought you seconded it.
I don't know. That's why I'm,
Okay,
I'm trying to
I will
help
second
out
it.
staff here.
I will second it.
Okay.
Everyone ready for the vote? Okay. If you could call the vote, please.
Commissioner Aiken,
Yes.
Vice Chair Chang,
Yes.
Commissioner Liu,
Yes.
Commissioner Rekdal,
Yes.
Chair Suma,
Yes.
Commissioner Templeton,
Yes.
motion carries 6-0.
Thank you very much for that. I'm,
Sorry, who made the second? We were just,
okay, Commissioner Rekdal. So we can put that to bed now, and I'm suggesting we take a brief break, maybe 10 minutes. Does that sound good? 5?
Yeah, 5 is fair.
7? Okay. 7 minutes, and we'll be back to continue. Thank you. Everybody back? Okay. Okay, let's get started on our next item. I will note for the record that Commissioner Chang has left the meeting. Thank her for coming at all. She wasn't feeling well. So, okay, we're on to our study session for retail. So I do not know, this is a continued meeting. I do not know if there's anything additional that our consultants or staff would like to add.
Just noting that the consultants are here. I was going to check to see if they're floating out there in, can you see, are they there? Okay, I was messaging them that we're about to start. And we did have an ad hoc meeting yesterday that I know 2 of the members of the ad hoc were present for. So, but I don't believe the consultants have new slides from the last time. The slides are in your packet to make it easy from the last time to refer to during tonight's discussion.
Thank you for that. Okay, so what I think we'll do is have the ad hoc report out, and then we'll open it to the public for comment, because we didn't do that at the last meeting, and then we'll come back for discussion. So, ad hoc.
All right, I will take the lead on this, and I was hoping Vice Chair Chang could attend because she could fill in some gaps, but I will ask Commissioner Reckdahl to take that on if I've missed anything crucial or misunderstood something. Vice Chair Chang couldn't attend the ad hoc meeting last night, but did report the council ad hoc's desire to make immediate improvements in things that were in their purview. So things like cleanliness, signage, code enforcement. And presumably council will follow up with medium and long-term improvements still to be determined. I think it's useful for us, for the PTC, to recommend actions that fit within that framework as well. So we think about things as being short, medium, and long-term. But before I get into those, we did spend some time asking for explanations of some of the data that the consultants had presented previously. And this included things like vacancy rates in Palo Alto that didn't match our personal observations. The vacancy rate on University Avenue, for example, seems lower than the approximately 19% that we believe currently exists. We're trying to resolve that. And there are some really striking differences, like the 70% higher vacancy rate in the 3rd Street Promenade in Santa Monica. And so we asked about what might be, what the possible explanations for that might be. And Mr. Ware suggested that we were looking at pandemic-related phenomena mostly. So if the businesses that were on 3rd Street were tilted towards in-person services, then they might have been adversely affected to a greater extent than our own. And then the long lead time in finding new tenants just amplified that. The vacancy time in Town and Country seems quite high at 40 months, and I don't think we understand exactly what's going on there, other than, again, the long lead time. It just seems particularly acute in that space. And there was also discussion of the total amount of retail space oversupply, which is enormous. So it's a little unclear which areas are being counted that lead to that estimation of oversupply in Palo Alto. There are still some mysteries about downtown. We don't understand whether there might be floor area counted as retail that's not first floor frontage. So there are things we might want to look into later, but they're not consequential for the rest of the discussion. We heard a lot about stakeholder requests. but there were consistent themes, and I tried to boil them down to just three. One is simplifying the rules. Two is reducing uncertainty. And three is relaxing restrictions. So you might think those things are interrelated, but they really are pretty independent. You can have simple rules that are not implementable. So keeping restrictions relaxed and simple rules, and then reducing the uncertainty, each is important. The consultant's presentation offers many proposals that address these things. But I believe there was good consensus for at least three of them. One is removing some or even all constraints on formula retail on CalAV. Another is limiting the areas to which the retail preservation ordinance applies. And third is making code changes to ensure that changes in use are not locked in if market conditions change. And this is worth a little more discussion because it came up in stakeholder requests multiple times. You might say, well, we'd like to encourage conversion of office to retail, but if the retail preservation ordinance then prevents it from being changed back, if it's not successful, then that's a deterrent for people who might otherwise be willing to experiment with conversion to retail. And Ms. French enlightened us on the complexities involved in that issue by explaining that not all of the lock-in provisions are limited to the retail preservation ordinance. You might convert something from office to retail, but then be tripped up by the office space limitations if you attempt to convert it from retail back to office. And those are not in the retail preservation ordinance, those are elsewhere in the code. So
there's kind of two generations of retail preservation, and this was the first one.
Right, so we would have to look a little more broadly to make sure that we're not accidentally locking in changes. And the goal there would be to encourage experimentation to fill vacancies, regardless of what the type of retail or retail-like application might be. So we'll need to do a little further review on that. When I spoke to Vice Chair Chang earlier today, she also raised the issue that we, the PTC, at least the ad hoc, perhaps the whole commission, will want to look at the code again to make more concrete and specific proposals for council to consider. So for example, if we elect to retain some constraints on formula retail on CalAV, there are constraints on the number of similar businesses that constitute formula retail. We might change those numbers, and that requires scanning the code to come up with more specific proposals. So that's something that Vice Chair Chang argues pretty strongly belongs in our court. So we have yet to do that work. There was some interest in making sure that new rules, whatever they are fully predictable and not context dependent. For example, you might want to avoid rules that depend on fluctuating things like vacancy rates or the other nearby retail uses, because those conditions might change between the application and the entitlement. So given that there's a window of opportunity for those conditions to be violated, you've introduced uncertainty that is then a deterrent for people exploring new retail uses. So keeping things predictable, consistent, not context dependent has some value. In the long term, it makes good sense to scrub the municipal code and either simplify it or at least make it feasible to document which uses are allowed in which areas. We had versions of that existed for, what do we decide, 17 years ago? But nothing that's recent enough to resolve the uncertainty that plagues potential applicants today. And finally, I wanted to comment on a side discussion, which was about incentives council might implement in conjunction with zoning changes that we propose. And there are many that seem promising. They're outside the scope of what we're discussing tonight, but they include things like what incentive programs could council implement in order to ensure a desirable mix of retail types within an area that could be done flexibly and could react quickly to changes in market conditions so that they don't have to be baked into the code. So once again, that's beyond the scope of what we discussed tonight, but it is something that council should take a look at, and at some point, we may want to recommend that formally.
Okay.
All right, I think that's all that I have for the summary. Keith, what did I miss?
Yeah, and no, that was a really good summary. One of the things is that the RPO gets, some people love it, some people hate it. But with Commissioner Chang sent a summary of, she listened to the ad hoc for the council. And there they were saying, well, it wasn't so much that it was RPO issue, it was that people were leaving downtown to go to the Stanford Shopping Center and actually paying more rent because they had more certainty of, for example, they're not going to have tents blocking their signs and stuff like that. And so some of the uncertainty is what is, I should say, is the issue, is a issue. The uncertainty of how is retail both in Cal Ave and University going to, what requirements are we going to have on it? The propane heaters in front of your store and some of the signage and some of the garbage collection was a complaint, and that would be one way of fixing things without changing zoning. And that was a major complaint. It wasn't just hypothetical, it was, yes. But then the second thing is, like Alan said, we don't want to micromanage. And in the meeting, he brought up the case where we had 5 bagel stores on University Avenue. And is it the market's job to determine that, or is it the city's job? And we kept our nose out of it, and it all kind of shaked out. Now, some of those bagel stores went out of business and switched over, so there's always this transition. But that's probably the easier thing to do than micromanage by zoning what you can have down there. Let's see, there was also, oh yeah, the RPO. So now if we change the RPO, there's, you don't have to necessarily get rid of it altogether. You can change and say, instead of, if you have retail in some areas, we may be happy to have that retail replaced by a dental office. That still brings in people. And so you may not want a dental office on University itself, but on Hamilton, that may be fine. And that would bring people downtown. They go to the dentist office or go get their nails done over on Hamilton, then they walk over and have food on University. And so we may want to have different regulations for University and the side streets, or Cal Ave and Cambridge, for example. And so if there are concerns about what you have on that main street, that doesn't necessarily, you shouldn't have those same concerns elsewhere, because you want to bring people in the area, and if they're nearby, they'll go to the other businesses. And so when we loosen RPO, we aren't necessarily allowing tech offices. We may be just expanding what is considered resident serving businesses.
Well, I think council already changed that downtown. I think they allow medical retail, as we called it, I believe this is right. Maybe they just had a discussion, didn't do it. But on the side streets, they now allow retail like medical downtown, I think. So those kinds of changes have been made in some places.
If Commissioner Rectal is finished, or when Commissioner Rectal is finished, we should probably ask our consultants if they would like to speak to the discussion from last night as well.
Yeah, that's.
Okay, I see that Mr. Weary is here now and also
Surabhi. Yeah.
Very good. Excellent presentation. Oops, I'm getting feedback here. Can you turn your microphone on? There we go. So thanks again for the summary. We had, I think, a pretty productive discussion yesterday with the ad hoc committee. And I think those were really excellent points that were brought up. Our objective tonight was to try to facilitate the discussion of those zoning strategies and to see if there are recommendations that the full PTC could make. One of the points that I was starting to think about when we had our discussion yesterday is the importance of, and I think Keith or Alan might have mentioned, the idea of experimentation, but and just action, taking some action. Don't let the perfect be, prevent the good. And so there may be some things that you can do now that you feel confident with. There may be some things that you want to study further. And there may be, certain things that are priorities, certain changes. And one that we talked about as an example, comprehensive code revisions. That's a long-term, complex, expensive, resource-intensive effort. There's other things that we could do on the interim, slight amendments, targeted amendments. And so the idea would be to think about maybe the gradation or the spectrum of recommendations. Some you may feel very strongly about and can be very specific and succinct. Others you might be a little more general on and provide guidance to the city council. And I think some of the examples were, keep it simple, make sure that it's certain, it's clear, and then even some things may be phased in. For instance, in terms of the comprehensive revisions and simplifying the broader code, trying to make it more understandable. The recommendation I had mentioned, I think 2 weeks ago, and certainly yesterday, was start with those use tables because those are it's a relatively simple task to put them together, create the comparison, and that's when you start to see the gaps, the overlaps, the conflicts. And in the end, you end up with a useful tool, a comprehensive table, like the what uses where from 2007, that works for staff, it works for applicants and property owners and people thinking about coming to Palo Alto. So it's a long way of saying, we're trying to get you some recommendations to city council. And the idea is that I don't think you need to, not all of them have to be, perfected. I think some of them you can be pretty specific. I think you've got some good ones that were coming out of our ad hoc committee and what you heard tonight. Other ones may need some more work. And others may be more, thematic, and that would be okay. But I would encourage you to do what Alan just did and with Keith as well, is, collect those thoughts and forward those on to the city council. If you can sharpen the recommendations, that's great. The one thing that we were hoping to help facilitate with you is, if we look back at those strategies, if there's certain ones that do sound worthwhile, then we'd want to talk about more specifically, to the extent you're comfortable and can, where they would apply. So we talked about some revisions, perhaps reducing or eliminating RPO in certain areas, or the R modifying district or the ground floor modifying district. Maybe those ground floor retail spaces on side streets are allowed and it's converted. And then you preserve the focus and the retail attention along Cal Ave and University Avenue. So I think that was something that seemed to be pretty strong consensus as an example of being a specific recommendation. So with that, I guess I would try not to speak too much and try to answer some questions and facilitate any further recommendations you guys might be willing to elaborate on.
All right, well, thank you for the ad hoc's work and your summary and also our consultants, but I think now we're going to go to the public. And I know I saw one speaker on Zoom, but.
Correct, just the one on Zoom from Winter Dellenbach.
Yes, hi, commissioners. I have my recommendations, and you don't have to pay me as a consultant, so that's really good. For God's sakes, keep ground floor retail protections on Cal Ave, on University Ave. And I don't know if you consultants have taken time to go into the along El Camino to the Barron Park and Ventura neighborhoods, but we're a walkable neighborhood, and there's not a lot of those in Palo Alto. And what makes them walkable is that we have protected ground floor retail. We have a lot of mom and pops. Some of them are a little shaggy looking, but most of them are very vital businesses. And those should have protection, and they should continue strong protection. And the same goes for the Cal Avenue Shopping District and University, because people want services. They don't want, here's a story. Quite a few years ago, University Avenue loaded up on financial institutions. And so the city stepped in and said, and put a limit on how many financial institutions, because it was suppressing other types of business and retail and the whole health of University Avenue. Same thing happened on Cal Avenue with nail salons and hair salons, because they were they were proliferating like rabbits. And it's not good. It wasn't a good, healthy environment. And we can't just not have regulations. The market is a dumb beast. And of course, instead of leaving it to the supposed market, the city, of course, has to be involved. It's called planning for a reason. This has to be planned. It has to be and the city's involvement has to continue to be strong. One of the things that's happening is that we're losing retail along Barron Park, Ventura neighborhoods on ECR. I'd be interested if you folks have gone there. And have you now gone to Midtown? And have you now, this is the consultants, have you gone to Charleston Center, where are very, very important shopping areas and retail areas and other services? And I sure as heck hope you are, because if you're earning your money as a consultant, you should be looking at the whole range of retail areas and not just one or two. So, and that's what I want to say. Thanks.
Thank you. I think that's our only speaker. Correct. Okay, thanks. So I'll bring it back to the commission for discussion. Would anyone like to start us off?
Sure, I'll say just a few more words. Since Vice Chair Chang isn't here, I wanted to reinforce some of the points that were of concern to her. And perhaps the top one is simply that we need to go through the code because we perhaps don't understand well enough how all of the constraints are interacting right now. And that's the way we'll get workable proposals, is to look at some of the details. During the ad hoc discussion last night, I proposed just cutting the Gordian knot on Cal Ave and allowing formula retail of all kinds. And I'll throw that out there and just say, what's your immediate reaction to that?
Are you asking me?
The commission as a whole, yeah, all of us.
The thing about formula retail is that I think many people would find, things like that very useful. Like we even had a doofy little pharmacy on Cambridge. It was this little tiny independent pharmacy. I think having a pharmacy, and I think pharmacies are by and large now, a drugstore. Not that I'm suggesting this specific thing, but I think that having formula on retail is not something we should take off the plate completely. And I think the reason, and I know that won't be popular with everyone perhaps listening out there in Zoom land, but I think particularly if you're going to allow formula retail with a CUP to any formula retail applicant that has only 10 or fewer sites across the nation, to me, that doesn't seem to make any sense. It just feels arbitrary. That being said, I don't know. I think that for any formula retail on Cal Ave would have to fit in with the rhythm and size of the existing storefronts. Just like McDonald's, when they go in the Vatican or Paris or Rome, they don't look like a McDonald's on El Camino. So I think they would have to fit in. I'm not sure how attractive any of those places are. I feel very strongly that we talk about bike ped, goals for bike ped, getting more people on those, and we acknowledge that many of those will be short trips. I just think if we don't preserve walkable retail, we're going to have a very unbalanced city with more car trips, because more people are going to drive to do errands than are going to bike. And so I don't feel that removing the ground floor retail protection is a wise thing to do. I think we need a whole new ground floor retail ordinance for San Antonio that's going to be built out, but I'm afraid it's a little too late for that. But many of the comments about the ways in which the code could be fixed were so broad, and I think Mr. Weary just said rewriting the code actually is a huge project. And I don't think we can do that tonight, but I think there's some strategies we can discuss. But doing away with somebody's ground floor retail to reduce the overall vacancy rate in retail in Palo Alto does not seem wise to me. I was hoping for an approach that was more proactively, positively suggesting how to get some more retail. So, I mean, it's really a problem. And I do think the biggest problem is, I mean, when you have retail Gallery House left California Avenue and they went to Santa Cruz, they're on Santa Cruz in Menlo Park. That is a cost of rental decision. And we had sort of a impromptu list of businesses, and we never followed up and made it more official, that had moved to Menlo Park or Mountain View or Los Altos because it was less expensive. And I understand that the problems I think that Commissioner Reckdahl was referring to, I think what you meant was that the parklets are obstructing the storefronts. So yeah, these are big trade-offs and they're pretty hard, but the formula retail one, not getting rid of it, but adjusting it a little. That being said, I don't think we're getting a lot of applicants of that type because of the size of the storefronts. So that's kind of my opinion on that one. And I see lights from Templeton and Lou.
Okay, so yeah, I guess my thoughts here are a little bit, might not directly answer your question, but they're a little bit more abstract. But what I would say is the places we've listed as competition for us are destinations, right? Going to the Sanford Mall is a destination. Going to University Avenue has been a destination in the past. And those are things we have to think about. And I think what that means is a place that's vibrant during the workday, after school, and at nights and weekends, right? They have something on these locations that's interesting to do at all of those times. And that's a process or a approach that has been studied in planning for many years, that they know that this is what makes a place vibrant and attractive, and that you can just go and hang out. You don't even have to be necessarily with a shopping goal in mind. You want to go there and then you spend money. So those are something that we can think about, and it involves a mix of things to do, right? We have the ground floor retail, I think, is the key attractive factor, right? There's something to do, something that you can always do. But we have to have a proper mix. One thing that's happening on California right now, Winter said that it was nail salons and hair salons, and we have moved that. That was certainly my experience 10 years ago when I was doing those things. But now I feel like it's all gymnasiums and smoke shops, right? Like it's like things that just don't interest me. Maybe I should be more interested in the gymnasiums. But, because California Avenue currently still has a mix of things, I enjoy going there because they have other, like a variety of options. But, I worry that every time a shop closes that it's going to become a gym, right? Like it's a thing that's happening. So I don't know if there's a way for us to, manage that. Like think about Town and Country, another great destination. They have a management company. The mall has a management company. Is there a way for us to say this is this is a group of people that are going to manage this? I think that's a possibility, but it's complicated, right? Because of the duration of these leases and commitments. So I know that's not a solution, but you want to know what I think. That's what I think. All right, thanks. Bye.
All right, I'll make a few specific comments and maybe just kind of ask a general question at the end. So I was speaking with a local retailer on Cal Ave, a pretty small business. They said that their perspective on this has changed over time, that they favor relaxing formula retail, also favor just like more development in general along that corridor. And for them, the most important thing was just getting people on the street with any purpose in mind so that they can swing by and, meander into other shops or kind of fill other shopping needs while they're there. And I think that makes a lot of sense. Relaxing formula retail, certainly like 100% in the context of pharmacies, and potentially some similar kinds of stores. And I'd have to think this through, but likely many other uses too would make sense for me. I think increasing the threshold from 10 would certainly be a start. I think like Santa Monica, how they exclude restaurants from their, or only exclude restaurants and formula retail, like something like that would also be a start. I do agree that, people aren't applying for conditional use permits now, but I think there is a perception that going through the effort to actually propose a plan and have a concrete plan and go through conditional use permit is too risky. And I think if we can just relax this up front, like that would make a lot of sense to me. Like our public commenter noted, I am a little bit skeptical of loosening ground floor retail restrictions. I think one benefit that's not mentioned is that a medical office or a dental office can pay pretty good rent. And we know that supply and demand is somehow broken here, but adding a lot of demand that can pay pretty high rent may displace mom and pops. And I'd be really concerned about that even on the side streets, like even on the Hamiltons and other streets that like, yeah, medical offices will cannibalize some of the retail we really do want to preserve. And so, okay, sorry, going through my notes. I mean, I do support loosening ground floor retail restrictions in theory. Like there were mentions of like dog grooming businesses or other kind of uses that weren't permitted. And I think things like that don't make sense to me. Yeah, so I guess my kind of more general question is, where does staff and consultants want us to be at this point? I see we have one more meeting with the whole commission before we actually recommend this to council. Should we be actually workshopping specific zoning changes like now? Are we on schedule, or are we going to arrive at May 8th and be a bit lost in terms of what to actually recommend?
I'll take a shot at that, and thank you. Those are good thoughts. In terms of where to be, I was a little verbose, but I think I think you should feel comfortable with having a spectrum of recommendations. I think if you can make specific ones that you have a majority or consensus on, make those. But don't feel limited to just the things that you've got consensus on. I think you're getting a lot of good discussion and ideas here tonight. And I think those, even if you stopped right there, you can record those and forward those on to city council, and that's good direction to use. So I think you've actually provided a lot of good thought here tonight. And I think that's all valuable to city council. Just as a reminder, the idea is not to have specific zoning amendments at the end of this, in this period. The idea is these are the strategies that are going to lead to specific amendments or other actions. And so you're looking at kind of, think of it more as a menu. Hey, these are the things that we think have the highest promise, or here's an approach. And if you can be specific, that's great. If you can agree on changing the threshold as a formula business, great. If you can agree on limiting the formula to certain types of businesses, such as restaurants, all the better. And if you can agree on, some of the recommendations, maybe allowing or repealing the ground floor restrictions on certain side streets, that's great. Those alone, those would be 3 really good concrete recommendations. And then again, maybe there's some other ones that might need a little more time and effort, and that's fine. I think that's your role and the value of your recommendations. And then city council and staff can come up with a plan to prioritize and implement those or develop those further. So I would say what you're doing now is exactly the right thing.
I would echo that. And I would also say I can upload the presentation that's in the packet if it would help to have, something to stare at, and yay, nay, if that's of value, I'll just do that right now.
I want to get feedback more. Alan asked a specific question, and I wanted to get your opinions on that. Formula retail on Cal Ave. On one hand, Cal Ave always had this kind of unique vibe about it. And if you bring in formula retail now, it's just become another boring retail spot. Or the other hand, would you rather have a Subway next to you or an empty store? And so that's the trade-off, is that what are you willing to give up, and would bringing in some formula retail enhance CalAb or ruin it?
Well, let me use a university as an example instead of CalAv. When I used to go to university as a destination, like a place to hang out and shop and buy things and whatever, you guys remember when the Borders was there in the old theater? I loved it, right? That's a form, that's a big nationwide chain. But we had all these other really cool places around it. We had a couple of those restaurants were also nationwide chains, right? Cheesecake Factory used to be there. But that wasn't my vibe. I know that maybe some people visiting from out of town or people who love cheesecake. I'm looking at you, George. So maybe it had variety of options, but for me, like that was a hub. I loved to go to the bookstore and then walk around and buy ice cream or go out to dinner or whatever. This was probably pre-kids, so maybe that was a different vibe. And I go to California Avenue now with my kids because they can play in the street. But anyway, so I think there's some value in having them there, but also like their tolerance for competing with the online retailers, had them leave too early. I think if they were there now, they would be popular again, right? And so we were kind of subject to our corporate overlords deciding those things, and instead of the mom and pop owners, right, that we've been talking about. So it has its pluses, it has its minuses. It can be a draw, but they're not invested in the community the same way some of the smaller companies might be. So I go to Town and Country now and I shop at Books Inc.
So if we came with a proposal to allow formula retail on CalAv, you're saying you don't know right now. You see the pros, you see the cons, and you're not sure which side of the coin you're going to end up on.
In the end, I prefer the model of Town and Country, which has, at least as they've discussed with us, that their approach is to find really quirky people to rent to. And if it is a chain, it'll be a special chain that fits in somehow nicely with their other retail shops that they're renting to. So it's a conditional yes. It's like, your question, Subway, McDonald's, CVS probably are not the vibe we're looking for in this city for long-term investment. I don't know how long-term their investments are. The McDonald's on El Camino has been here since I've been here, since a long time, but that doesn't mean that others would be. So I would probably prefer, I have gotten used to the fun locally owned businesses that we have, and I want them to be successful. And I hear what I think both of you have said, that if we have more of the larger chains, that it will change the rental pricing and drive out local businesses. I think that would be tough to swallow. But then again, I can't deny that I liked shopping at the big bookstore.
Well, and there's a lot of vacancies on CalAb, and so it's one of the points that we made in the ad hoc was like, well, it doesn't seem like formula retail has ruined the university. So if we have the same,
well, to you, like I don't go there anymore
because of
I mean, I don't know why. I mean, I'd have to really take some introspection. Like I said, there was different phases of my life as well.
Yeah.
But, do I miss the bookstore that's not there anymore on CalAv?
Yeah.
I do. So, sorry that is not a definitive answer for you. I'm just demonstrating the struggle is real.
So Doria, do you want to, what do you think? Formula retail?
So what I think is that I don't see what the magic number of 10, that makes it evil, or undesirable. Evil is the wrong word. But I do think, I do worry about small mom and pop businesses leaving. I think that's they're leaving anyway.
But if you
I mean-
if you had some chain like Subway come in, is that going to bring more people in and help those mom and pops? Or is
I
it
will
going
say
to
that
be
the-
more competition and drive the mom and pops out more? What's
Well,
the pros?
I will
cons?
say that I would not have formula dining because I think the one really successful draw on California Avenue besides the market are the restaurants, and I don't want to compete with those. And the two Cal Ave, there was a Pizza Hut or something on Cambridge, and there was a Subway on Cal Ave. Those are the only restaurants. Those both went out of business. They weren't a draw, as did the luxury hot dog business.
And
that was there.
Starbucks.
Huh?
There was also Starbucks.
Yeah. And Starbucks. So I would not want to compete with the local, and I think of the success of Backyard Brew. And it's packed all the time because it's a quirky, adorable, lovable place that provides a great service. I'm glad that Starbucks left more than I would be if Backyard Brew failed, but they're not going to fail because they're so busy. I mean, something could happen, but I do think that I do think the problem, I don't see formula dining on Cal Ave. You know, and this came up sort of for a little reminiscence about everybody's favorite project, the NVCAP, the North Ventura. There was a time before COVID when they thought they were going to get a specialty Target there. And the representative from Sobrato was almost kind of sheepish, saying, oh, well, you wouldn't want that in Palo Alto. And I'm like, are you kidding? They have boutique Targets, they're called boutiques, in Manhattan, and they fit in, like what I was saying about a McDonald's in the Vatican or Paris. They fit in to the street's rhythm and storefront structure. They're much smaller than big Targets, and even the signage is appropriate. And I thought people would love having that there to walk to, but that didn't happen. But that's why, and that was 60,000 or 80,000 square feet, right? So that's different.
No,
But-
it was going to actually be much smaller than that.
I forget.
The building was 60 or 80, but I think Target only wanted a
No,
small.
Fry's was
Yeah, Fry's
60.
was 60 or 80, but
Yeah.
Target didn't want that whole thing.
Yeah, but anyway, I'm just saying that I don't think that would be a disaster. I actually think it would be a practical place that people would go to. I do not want to do things that hurt our existing businesses, but I mean, half of the people that have businesses on Cal Ave didn't want the street closed, and half did. And I don't know, I'm glad that, I hope everything works out for the best, but I think people are leaving because of the cost of rentals. And I know that the guy who opened not too long ago now, the hardware shop on California Avenue, which I desperately try to go to as often as possible, that he told me, the owner of the store, that worked out for him finally. They wanted a location there because the property owner or manager dropped the price. That's why they were able to move in. Yeah, so that being said, I'm willing to believe that some of the way we structure our zoning code and regulations might be a turnoff. I continue to think that conditional use permits are a very good tool to control a mix, because if you have to have a conditional use permit for something, it can be turned down because your discretionary view that there's already too much of that type of thing. And it does control gyms, which I think is good, because gyms don't really draw the public, they draw the members of the gym in. So I just can't think of many of these zoning strategies that were recommended that really seem like a good idea to me. And I don't want to take away anybody's walking area. I am more open to sort of expanding uses on side streets. As for animal services, pet grooming is already allowed in our as a retail use. So, I mean, one thing we could go through, what we could do is go through the allowed retail uses and see if there's something missing. I would prefer to approach it as adding a clause that was like, or any other business that really is open to and for the public. You know, that's really what retail is. It's something anybody can choose to go to. So, because I don't know what we're missing in those definitions. So I think a broad discretionary clause like that could be useful. We no longer, and as to, somebody mentioned something, I forget who, about if there's not the ground floor retail requirement, I don't understand what's going to go on the ground floor. There's also a huge vacancy in office space. And so what would go there?
Like over in Ramona, right off Hamilton, there's tech offices ground floor.
I know and I'd like to know how much, because there was some sort of, you know, one of the bigger buildings downtown on Hamilton is what we call back in the day faux tail. It's actually an office parading as retail. I would want to know how many of those were counted as vacancy, and when do they count as retail vacancy or office vacancy? You know, it's funny the way the numbers are kind of counted too. And we did have some conversions to non-ground floor retail uses that may have been errors, and then they were allowed to continue. So there's that also. But I wanted to see ideas about, I went to, I want to see ideas that positively go and court the kind of businesses that we want here.
I mean, the city's doing that. This is a zoning issue. Is as they're courting, one of the complaints they have is the uncertainties of like, well, I have to go apply for a CUP and I'm not sure if I'm going to get it. And so that's one of the things that the applicants are pushing back to the city on, saying the uncertainty is making me less likely to jump in and rent the place.
But I don't know, I've never applied for a CUP, but I think that if there is, I think staff has dealt with it often enough that if there are reasons why you're not going to get it, they'll tell you, and then you should leave. But I think the CUPs for larger gyms is a good way of not having too much of that on Cal Ave. And some people already think there is too much in the way of workout spaces on Cal Ave. So what?
Gyms are personal service, right? They're not retail.
They're retail-like. They're allowed in ground
okay.
floor.
Have we thought about, I'm going back to what we're all saying is we wish there was somebody curating and cultivating and courting these people and that already have a set expectation of permission already granted. What we're talking about is a management company or a management service. Is that something we can as a city do?
Yeah, this is part of the discussion from last night that I deliberately skipped today.
Sorry.
But perhaps that was a mistake. For a good part of the meeting, Steve Gualiardo, who's our economic development person in the city manager's office, attended. And it's clear that a lot of these issues are those balls are in his court. But we discussed a number of possibilities that council could pursue as well. They're simply not within the purview of the PTC. So these things are going to get looked at, and there is a person who is in charge nominally of making sure that they get looked at. Council has at its disposal a huge number of carrots that can be applied to encourage particular kinds of tenants. And I think it would be well for us to suggest a few of those, but I sort of doubt that we're coming up with anything that they haven't already thought of. But still, your point is well taken. And it- I just wanted to be encouraging that, yes, people are thinking about it. It's not getting lost.
It's good to know. Thank you.
Yeah, I just want to make a couple of quick comments and clarifications. So when I was speaking earlier about formula retail, I just wanted to be clear. For restaurants, I am not against blocking formula retail restaurants, but just increasing the threshold. I think I maybe made that point in a disjointed way. For example, Coupa Cafe apparently has 9 locations, and if they had one more, they would not be allowed to open on Cal Ave, but they're a hyper local business that has a lot of character. And so restaurants can be allowed up to some pretty high limit, I think, that still has character, and certainly something more than 10. For other areas, I haven't thought about all the uses, but I'd also be generally very permissive or more permissive of formula retail. I think CUPs are incredibly painful for businesses to actually pursue, and I think it's a really strong disincentive from even getting a proposal together. To have to do a lot of negotiation with the landlord, and then have even a 10% chance or a 20% chance that your project gets blown up can radically alter the economics of opening in Palo Alto versus opening in a neighboring city next door. So I think anything possible to avoid CUPs for reasonable use cases is a line I would want to take.
That's why I was thinking, trying to do something like that for like a district or a couple of blocks, like as a group. Is that something, even though it's different buildings and landlords and like, I know that's a little different, but like, if you can make that process, the part of the process, the reason that's so painful for our small business owners is they don't know it. So if we could have somebody who knows how to navigate that process, kind of help them with that, it might make it easier. I don't know.
Yeah, that's one of the options. Dan mentioned this. I think some of the others of us described it as well. The spiritual successor to the what uses where document. Just as long as we stay simple and consistent as possible so that it's predictable and understandable. I'm amused by the discussion about formula retail restaurants, because I've been around here long enough that I remember generations of these things coming and going downtown. How many people here ate in the Burger King on University Avenue? The Togos, the Round Table, right? So these things existed, and yet somehow the local restaurants managed to survive and even thrive. So I'm less worried about that than I once was, just because of remembering the history here. Well, at any rate, to try and bring this to some close, we need to move on to other things. I guess what my thinking is that Commissioner Reckdahl and Vice Chair Cheng and I need to take what you've just told us and make a pass through the code and come up with some, at least some pointers to the areas that might be fruitful. And then we can consider suggesting changes in those areas to council. Does that seem like a good next step?
Yes.
I think so, because unless we just want to react to the slide that Ms. French had up, hoping we would look at it and we didn't, and talk about it. Unless we want to react to those 7 bullet points or whatever, however many there are, 5, I forget. I'm looking for it. But we could do that and give some direction to everybody.
What I think I wanted I want to understand what you guys are thinking. So when we're in our group, we're not in our tiny little group without taking your opinions into account. So any guidance that you can give us by saying, oh, not that one, or yes, I like that one.
Okay, here it is. So I would say that there is a considerable interest amongst the group in number one, not to eliminate it, but to find a way so it will be more usable. I didn't hear much interest in 2. I think 3, the
Well,
interest.
but 2, could you broaden that? Should we look through the list of retail, not tonight, but look through the list of retail and propose perhaps adding these categories? We think that these categories in a ground floor retail would not ruin the retail vibe.
I guess that would be useful, but we'd have retail, what's allowed is retail and retail like. So, and there's a lot of things like animal pet grooming is allowed. That we need to understand clearly amongst us all. Limiting number 3, I didn't hear any interest in that based on region, district or whatever. And that maybe there's interest in having more leeway on side streets like the council decided to do downtown. I don't know what lower relief standards means.
Perhaps Dan would like to speak to that, but there was one specific example in the RPO where to get a waiver essentially requires a legal standard that's so high it would never, ever be met. And that seems like low-hanging fruit.
So like somebody couldn't rent this property ever because it's this way that's not, it's zoned in a way that's not popular anymore and they can't change it.
Oh, that way.
Yeah.
So I wasn't sure what that meant. It's to allow allow more waivers from the ground floor retail. I'd have to think about that. I didn't know what it meant, so I didn't review the waiver process. And simplifying the zoning code to make it more user-friendly is a whole separate thing that I don't think we were specifically being asked here. And I think Commissioner Aiken sort of said that also. And if anybody else has comments on these 5 things.
I just want to correct the record because I said that Town and Country is mostly not these formula places, but they do have a CVS, so.
They have a CVS, a Trader Joe's, a Pete's.
And
I don't know how many Sur La Tables there
and a
are.
40% vacancy rate.
Dang it.
Yeah.
But I like to go there. And so I'm still trying to say the destination idea is fine. And what I'm trying to correct is it does tolerate some of this formula retail use.
Exactly. I think it's mostly formula. And so I've kind of commented on the possible zoning strategies preliminary. Would anybody else like to? Or we've kind of all talked about them. And what else specifically could we? It's hard to discuss simplifying the zoning code without having the zoning code with red line and additions in front of you to compare. It's too broad and open a thing. And
the consultants looked at this and they're newbies, right? And they say, oh my God, this is really complicated. And even I've been through the zoning code a lot and it's still complicated for me. And so that can't be a good thing. Is there ways of like reducing the overlays or reducing the number of different types of zones so there's less complexity? Or is that complexity necessary? If you think it's necessary, that's a valid opinion.
I think I'm sure the code could be rewritten better because it gets added on to and changed in an ad hoc sort of manner. It's not one thing, it's a compilation of things. I don't know if it's worse than other cities' codes, but I do think that allow alternate active uses. If there are uses that we have left out that are not retail and retail-like uses that are left out, we should definitely accommodate for adding those in. I just
More
think,
libraries and bookstores.
well, we can't tell people to open libraries and bookstores. I don't know if that's enough for tonight or if the consultant and the ad hoc and staff needs more than that.
Speaking only for myself, yeah, I think we have enough to work on. We can do something useful and be ready for another round.
Okay, that's good.
But we don't want to go open loop and propose something that you're drastically opposed to. So getting your opinions is very valuable.
Okay, thanks. Mr. Weary, is there something else you would like our specific feedback on this evening?
I think we've actually made a lot of progress here. I think, when we start to kind of record it and we've been taking good notes, there's quite a bit to go on it. That is guidance, and that's good. So I think you've made some real progress. I'll just loop back to the last discussion quickly on simplifying the code. Under that category, there was a couple of items there. One was what Alan had mentioned about that's the relief standard. You do have a relief standard in there, which is the alternative active uses. That's a reasonably good standard. One of the things you could do in terms of simplifying the code and or lower the relief standards would be more reasonable. The other standard that was in there, by the way, is an unconstitutional taking of all economic use of your property. That's an impossible standard. You don't want to go there. I'm just advising you. That's not a good standard, threshold. That's the ultimate, it's life or death. It's existential. The alternative active uses is a typical reasonable hardship standard is the parlance. There's other provisions in there that how do you prove that? Your code says, well, you need to look at 10 years of history. That's a long history so again, the other details start to pile up on that. It becomes, again, if you want to deny something, you've got every ability to deny something. So again, all these things kind of feed into each other. So there's opportunities there to lessen that up, and we can get into more details perhaps with the ad hoc committee. In terms of simplifying the code, one of the examples that I suggested was kind of those use tables. I think Alan had mentioned that, and Keith had mentioned that as well. That I think is a great starting point. You can do that. We've already started that just for our own understanding of the code. And I think that's something that can be done relatively quickly. That'll pay dividends, again, for staff and property owners and applicants, and will lead to more specific changes. When you look at the code through that lens, you'll see gaps and conflicts and inconsistencies as we did. And I think that's a good method. So I think that would be a recommendation in terms of simplifying the code. And then with any other provisions that you're looking for, again, that simplifying the code in general, great idea. I'd make that a recommendation. And then you can get into, well, how do we implement that? And again, as I mentioned, there's a couple different ways. Any other amendments that you make, again, keep that same thing in mind. You want that certainty, you want that ease of use, and simplify wherever you can. So let's not add more complexity to the code. Let's make it simpler. So even if you're looking at formula retail or the ground floor R or GF modifying districts, think of it that way. Hey, maybe we can simplify that. There is redundancy, for instance, between the RPO and those R and GF modifying districts. And then, as was pointed out earlier, there's kind of the inverse, which is the restrictions on office uses. And they're all kind of circling and competing and working together. So there's opportunities there to simplify. One other thing I think, Chair, you had mentioned that I specifically noted was in terms of the permissible uses, the retail like, focusing on other public, uses or uses that are open to the public. And that's an approach that has been used elsewhere. So rather than trying to define each and every type of use, that again, uses come and go, they evolve. Focus on the outcome that you want, which is you want activity. You want people going in and out of the door. You want to have a use that drags or generates pedestrians past the doors of the other businesses. So you have that synergy there that adds to vitality. Just as an example, the city of San Diego has certain streets and districts that they require a certain amount of active street frontage. And they give examples of uses, and it's much like your retail and retail like, but the standard is, does it generate that activity? And that's very similar to what Chair you had mentioned about, is it generating that open to the public? Is it generating that traffic? That's something I think that, would be a relatively discrete, easy change that could open up, flexibility into your uses and kind of, mitigate against some of the other restrictions where you're trying to be so precise and you're never going to get it right. If it's only this use and not those uses, there's always going to be some use that falls to the gap or doesn't quite fit the interpretation. So I think those were just a couple of things maybe we can follow up on with the ad hoc together. I think those were good opportunities. So.
Okay. Is that enough for us for this evening? Does anybody have anything to add? Okay, well, thank you very much. I will release our consultants and
Thank you.
Thank you for coming this evening, and we can move on to our final item, which is the Palo Alto Link evaluation and report.
Good evening. Thank you. I'm actually going to be turning the presentation. I did it again. Philip Cami, Chief Transportation Official. Sorry. It's been a long week. But I'm actually going to be turning the presentation over to Nate Baird, who's our Transportation Planning Manager, who will be giving this presentation. Nate, are you there?
Hello. Good evening, all.
Good evening.
All right, the presentation should be up. Does this look good to you all?
Looks good.
All right, I will go through this pretty quickly and try to save a lot of time for questions and feedback. Our Palo Alto Link micro transit program began in March 2023, and we are presenting to you all and to City Council next week a 12-month evaluation report. In this report, we've got some performance evaluation and then also some rider demographics and insights based on a customer survey that was done. Palo Alto Link has completed over 50,000 rides over the last year or so, 840 riders per month, average 13-minute wait time, and average 4.8 out of 5 ride rating. It operates similarly to Uber or Lyft, but at a transit pricing, $3.50 for the regular fare and $1 for our special use cases. On the right is the branding that Palo Alto Link uses, as well as the app for requesting a ride Monday through Friday, 8 to 5 p.m. We've grown steadily since March 2023, up 54% from that first month. We continue to attract new riders while still engaging a number of repeat riders. Our top destinations are Stanford Research Park, Palo Alto High School, and Stanford Mall. Stanford Research Park is a funding partner, and we are in conversations with other partners potentially as well. Even though we've had the same fleet the whole time, we've been able to increase our rides over time. The main reason we've been able to do this is through the shared trip model. So when you get into a Link car, you will often be paired with other riders as you go toward your destination. And we've done a good job of meeting ride requests over time. Although some riders have had wait times up to 30 minutes, most of our rides, over 77% of them, are below 20 minutes. As the fleet has become busier with more rides, wait times have slightly increased since launch. In the beginning, we had under 11 minutes there on the left. You can see we had really good wait times. Those wait times have increased a little bit, but over time, we're still kind of meeting the standard for microtransit with an average of 13 minutes. Our riders have really, so far, have enjoyed using the service. We get a lot of good feedback. Many of them would be very disappointed to not be able to use it. We have a pretty diverse user base. People like to use it for affordability, for convenience, for saving money, for commuting, for midday trips. We have pretty diverse employment status and age. So we're serving commuters in the morning and evening hours, and then during the day, we have a great number of seniors who use it, as well as students and other folks. And we're also just kind of 40% of our riders, over 40% of our riders are using the discounted fare types. So we have $1 fares for disabled, low income, youth, and seniors. And for seniors during the day, it kind of gives them an extra independence and helps many of them not have to rely on their own vehicles to do day trips. It also makes it possible for some folks to live without a car in Palo Alto. It links them pretty well to transit. And for folks who want to live without a car, Link gives them access to most of the addresses in Palo Alto. It's also, a much better option than Uber or Lyft, because Uber or Lyft still is just a personal vehicle, personal trips. For a while, Lyft was providing shared rides, but they got rid of that option in the last couple of years. So shared rides are a much better usage than the single passenger rides that Lyft and Uber use. In terms of the feedback from the public, the biggest requests are that we would start sooner in the day and go later in the day, and then potentially to add some additional destinations just outside of the city. Our busiest times are 8 a.m. to 9 a.m. and 5 p.m. to 6 p.m. And so we know that we could pick up a few more commuters and be a bit more efficient if we had a slightly longer day. So that concludes the presentation. We are really looking just to hear your feedback and input on, how the service is going, whether folks really want it to keep going. It was originally thought of as a 2-year pilot program, and now as our pilot funds start going away, we really need to consider how to keep it going, or whether we want to, and whether there are any service changes we want to prioritize.
Okay, thank you for that presentation. Are there any quick questions for staff? Then I think if there's no questions, I'll go to the public and then we'll come back. Do we have any?
No, I have no raised hands or speaker cards.
Okay, thank you. And then we will bring it back to the commission. Commissioner Templeton?
Yes, thank you so much for this presentation. It was very interesting to see all the feedback and that it's being received so well, this program. I remember when you started, and it's really exciting to see, you know, this have come so far. So great work. I have been very enthusiastic about this program, but I'm going to tell you, I have not used it. I have downloaded the app, I have tried to use it, and I'm always either just outside the time frame or just outside the city. For example, my daughter's bus drops her off at Lincoln Park in Los Altos. It's a mile from our border. Like I can't have her get home if I'm at Planning Commission from her bus stop. So similarly, you know, I worry about how is my son getting from his school to Mitchell Park. And I just heard about your new program, and I'm really excited to tell you how useful that will be for him, because he goes down there for studying and meeting with a tutor. So, you know, it's really a great program that you've expanded to celebrate your anniversary. So, and you also take people to Alcove as well, and some other libraries and other things like that. So I think that's a wonderful addition. I guess I'm just sharing my stories to say I like both of the major suggestions that you highlighted about expanding your hours and figuring out how to deal with those just over the border situations, like the shopping center on Showers and the medical center that's in Menlo, things like that. So I'm not sure how you would do that. I've been thinking about that. Like, is that you just pay a premium to go across the border or something like that? I'm not sure. But I love that you're thinking about it and taking that feedback so seriously. So great job.
Commissioner Liu?
Thank you. I also have actually not ridden the service, though I really appreciate that it exists and see a lot of value in it. I had several questions, and I'll try to combine that with some quick comments. So firstly, I know when this was discussed about a year ago in council, there was some concern about being accessible to all communities and having surveys and also just, well, I guess mainly surveys available in Chinese and Spanish. Do we know if any of the replies for this survey that was presented here came from those languages, and if those responses were potentially different by language?
I do not have that information right now. I can follow up with, we had our vendor do this survey for us, so I will follow up with them to see if we have this available in other languages.
Yeah, I think confirming the availability of other languages would be good, since I know council specifically flagged that before, and you know, they may well ask about it again, so that I think would be useful information to have. And if we don't have it, I think that's certainly something we could try to improve in the future. Yeah. I also wanted to ask about the overall climate impact of this. Do we know what % of trips included more than one destination at a time? The logic, of course, being that if you're just taking it from point A to B and you're not actually pooling a meaningful portion of the time, it's no different from a private vehicle, like in terms of sustainability.
We do have some metric. I'm bringing it up right now.
Yeah, as Nate's pulling that up, I believe it's the shared ride. It's a what % of our trips are actually shared rides, I believe, is the data that he's pulling up.
Okay. Sorry if I missed that. That's definitely concerning, and I hope that's a point we can really improve on.
I'm sorry, which part is
Wait,
concerning?
you said 1% of rides are shared?
No, I'm sorry.
Did I miss it? I'm sorry.
Sorry, I didn't say the percentage. I said what he is pulling up is the percentage of shared rides.
Okay,
it's
sorry.
the percentage of trips that are shared rides.
Right.
Sorry.
Okay, sorry. It's getting late enough that I start to hallucinate. I'm so sorry. That was a strong reaction over nothing.
It's definitely higher than 1%.
Okay, yeah.
Actually, and as he's pulling that up, and maybe it might not be fast to find, I will say that every time I've taken that, it's ended up being a shared trip. Okay. It might not have started as a shared trip, but it ends up being a shared trip along the way.
Okay.
If it doesn't, if I'm not being picked up when somebody's already in it. But I was going to say, it'd be great, and I hate to do this, but to give the commissioners some homework and have you take the trip and let us know, give us your feedback.
Expand the hours and service area, we might.
Yeah. I mean, I'll be using it tomorrow to get to a meeting at Stanford. So yeah, I'm definitely trying to walk the walk, but
Stanford campus is in
yeah,
zone?
it's to Stanford Research Park.
Ah, okay, because I
And we
know a
are
bunch of
talking with
Stanford
Stanford.
interns that would like to use that service.
Nate, were you able to find that?
Yeah, I'm just scanning through. Let's see.
Yeah.
Okay, I have
We
it
can
here.
come
It's 65% is the shared ride rate.
Okay.
So 64% higher than the 1%.
Okay, great. That's encouraging number and definitely like in a pretty solid, strong ballpark from my perspective. Could always get a little bit higher when we get more riders, but I think that'll come with the natural growth that we're already seeing. I think it would also be useful context in this packet, or maybe for council's presentation or packet, to just have some comparisons with the shuttle. I know the shuttle's been discontinued long enough that it's hard to interpret. I think I recall from the council packet about a year ago, though, it said that the shuttle had like 500 daily unique riders, and this program has around 200 from data that was otherwise shared. Do we think, like how do we interpret those numbers? Like, do we know where those non-riders are? Yeah.
Yeah, I can provide a little bit of context to this. I will say that comparing and I would say the real comparison is to the Crosstown Shuttle, which was the service that we actually directly operated.
Okay.
It's really hard to make an apples to apples comparison on these things, but I did actually put some stuff in the city council staff report that adds some additional information on this. The final year of the shuttle service that we operated it, we provided 39,377 rides in the year, noting that the service was terminated in April of 2020. So, and talking about a financial year. So that's a few months early, but our average monthly ridership was 3,998 that year. We had 4 straight years of declining ridership on that service. So I'm not sure what, I'm not sure what data point the 500 riders a day would be, but I can tell you that if we were averaging 3,938 riders, that's certainly not 500 riders a day in a monthly period. I don't know that we were ever that high. I know that at one point we had like close to 95,000 riders back in, I believe, 2016.
Yep.
We had close to 95,000 annual riders, or 97,000. It was much, much higher, but it declined every year for several consecutive years. Back in 2017, we presented to council a shuttle transit service vision that really, I guess, suggested that in order to grow the passengers, we would need to really expand and enhance that shuttle service. And that's when city council actually directed us to look at this on-demand microtransit type model.
Yeah. Okay. I think that context is useful.
Yeah, and one more thing, another thing about the apples to apples, I'm sorry, I don't mean to go on a long, I know it's late, but this service really provides opportunities for ridership everywhere. And our prior service model with the fixed route transit, including both shuttle routes that we had, the Caltrain shuttle route, our shuttle route, and all of VTA's service, only provided coverage to 61% of our population within a quarter-mile walk shed. So this service is very different in that regard, that it really does provide options for everyone.
Yeah. Got it. One more, or a couple more questions. How do we think this interacts with our Safe Routes to School program? And do we think this is cannibalizing cycling? In particular, I also think it's interesting how Pali has so many more trips than Gun. And I wonder if Gun trips are just routed a block over to the research park where people can ride for free, and maybe that gun ridership is actually underreported and like inappropriately lumped in with Stanford Research Park. So curious if there are any comments on that.
Yeah, well, that is something we're looking into, and we're trying to see if potentially we can do a specific survey in order to find out more information about, like, how would you take this trip otherwise if the shuttle service was not available, which is, you know, common question that we would ask for that. I'm not sure about I can't speak to whether people are inaccurately getting off at the in the Stanford Research Park zone. That's something we can look at, though. Based on the time of day, we could easily kind of determine that, and that's the kind of thing we could have our. That's actually one of the benefits of VIA. And I'm sorry, Nate, I'm not letting you talk at all, but that's one of the really great things about this as a service is it's really, really data rich.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. And
I will add anecdotally, I see 2 or 3 of these Link vans at Gunn every day.
Okay.
Like when I'm driving out or when I'm driving home, because I have to pass that to take my daughter to her stop.
And actually, my last shared trip, I picked up students at the high school along our way.
Do you know if you if the pickup was inside the school parking lot or adjacent? Because it could be that the address of pickup is not the same address as the school.
It was right in front of the school.
okay. Okay, I'm not saying that's like a super high priority threat to investigate. I know that was flagged as a council concern way back. And, you know, it's the kind of thing that if we're providing an over subsidy or a loophole, like, you know, we're only in year 1. It's great that we'll have the ability to quickly verify and close these over time. So I'm not
But to
overly
your
concerned.
accessibility, I mean, your inclusion issue, a lot of the students that are comfortable taking public transportation to and from school live, some of them live in adjacent cities.
Right. Okay, I had, okay, just a couple more questions. So it looks like the cost to continue for another 12 months is around $1.7 million. And so far, the city has spent around $1.5 million for a bit less than a year, but that includes, I guess, a $95,000 startup fee. It also includes presumably like the capital costs of the actual vehicles. And it just seems interesting that in that first year, when we expect costs to be significantly higher, those costs are still less than the operation for this kind of second ongoing year, if that makes sense. Like 1.7 million for a year without startup costs versus 1.5 for this first year with startup costs. Can we comment a little bit about the costs and really whether we think there's any hope of getting them to actually trend down or trend down per ride in a meaningful way in the future?
Probably going to need Nate to speak to this, but I want to make sure I understand your question. Trend down per ride, you mean the cost per trip? Is that what you're?
Right. Right now it's $30. We spend $30 for every trip. And, you know, I don't expect like super high fare box recovery, but, you know, if we get more trips and we get to the point where we're $20 per trip or $15 per trip, I think that's at a more sustainable level, still above other transit services, but like maybe more. Yeah.
Yeah. So I think the actual answer to your question is that the capital costs are kind of built into the monthly operating because VIA leases the vehicles and there's just ongoing capital and maintenance costs built into those operation costs. And at the beginning in March, you know, when we had the startup costs, VIA has a pretty efficient startup team. You know, they transitioned us. We had a startup team, 5-6 team members of theirs that we worked with pretty regularly that do all their, they have a lot of specialists on their team. And so all those capital costs for, you know, I think that $90,000 initiation fee covered most of that first month's startup things, but in terms of real capital costs, it's not like we buy a bus and then have, it's more that they've figured out how to spread those infrastructure costs of this type of program out into their operating costs over time. And in general, microtransit is more expensive than other forms of transit. But in a suburban environment, where we don't have, where so many folks are far away from our trunk transit lines, I believe it's pretty good. It's a good option for us if we can figure out how to pay for it. And again, speaking to the earlier question about active transportation, I really want to think about single occupancy vehicle driving as, the target of our efforts, and also of, our Safe Routes to School program over time. Transit and bicycling and walking go really well together. And I think the right way to think about it is how can we make transit, walking, and bicycling easier than driving? And this program really does help all of those make more trips possible for all of those modes.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And I feel like I'll also have to think offline about how we can ride, or how we can grow ridership in a way that maintains overall costs at a similar line, so we can actually get the cost per ride down. And I think there's a lot of opportunity for growth. Okay, I'll try to make some quick comments and just kind of batch it all together. I overall am really appreciative of the work from staff and from VIA for making this program work. I think the equity and access benefits are great. I think the costs for consumers are actually really great as well. I know there were some concerns about the costs, but that the actual average realized cost is $1 per ride is, I think, really accessible and great for consumers. The overall costs for the city are manageable and will hopefully go down on a per ride basis. I think the environmental sustainability and traffic reductions are reasonably solid as well if we're pooling 65% of rides. I am really encouraged by the recent program to offer free services for teens to various destinations. I think it's really exciting, and I think in the years to come, we can find other opportunities like that where we have really targeted and focused benefits that we can unlock through programs like this. A few general points that I don't have the answers for. I do wonder how to make this more successful with Caltrain. We want it to be last mile. Caltrain's only 2%. I realize it's probably pretty hard for you to get off a Caltrain and have to wait anywhere from 5 to 20 minutes, and you don't really know how long it'll be in advance. I don't have the solutions, but I think that's significant opportunity, and maybe also a challenge just in terms of actual last mile connectivity. I would also love for us to explore a partnership to expand not just the Stanford Research Park, but Stanford overall. If Stanford was willing to pay for that, or if we could just charge trips to Stanford at a higher rate, like remove the discounts, I think it would still be a really compelling service. One last kind of more detailed note, looking through the data, which was also awesome, and thank you, by the way, Mr. Baird. Well, actually, I do have a couple of nitpicks. I'll email you offline about the data, but it seemed like we had 700 plus canceled or no-showed rides per month, and that was a pretty significant percentage. I forget, like 15-ish% of the overall rides. I feel like that's a pretty significant margin to inconvenience people, waste some vehicle miles traveled, and maybe there can be some penalty or like either financial or like a one-day lockout from using the service if you cancel or no-show or something like that. Yeah, I appreciate the program overall. See a lot of exciting opportunities. Thank you.
I just have to quickly respond to one of the well, it wasn't exactly a question, but the note about the Caltrain, I think one of the limitations that we see with Caltrain trips is they often would occur outside of our service window. So if you're working a normal, job hours and you need to you're leaving Palo Alto and you need to get to work, you're probably leaving before 8 potentially.
Right.
And you're probably coming home after 5. So that's the challenge is, and this is one of the keys to the questions, or a lot of the comments that we received basically are, I would use this if it was, or I could use this more often if it was working in those hours. So just
that definitely makes sense. But I mean, if you work at the Stanford Research Park and you take Caltrain, arrive in Palo Alto at like 8 a.m., it's incredibly reasonable for you to take a Palo Alto link to the research park, but okay, you're right, you can take the Marguerite, but maybe there aren't too many other major employers where this would be a significant draw during commute hours. I'd have to think more about that, but yeah, that's a good point.
But it is something that, you're absolutely right. It is something where we would love to see an increase in that, really that first last mile connection.
Commissioner Aiken and then Rectoff.
In fact, Commissioner Liu asked all the questions that I wanted to ask, so that was very thorough. Thank you. I'm very happy to see this. I think it's successful. I hope we can sustain and grow. And by the way, well done on the ride sharing percentage. That's very encouraging. Thank you.
Yeah, 65%, that's really impressive. How do you do that? Is there a human dispatcher in the loop, or do you have software that does this, or?
Yeah, I wish that I could have our contractor via speak to. I'm not sure if I'm going to get a text message telling me, but I believe it's by algorithm. It's done by algorithm. There is actually a person there that would take algorithms. Just that's a simple text, algorithms. But there is a person there that will take calls and will book trips for people if they don't want to use the app. We do have an app, as everybody probably knows, but there's a person there that will book the trips, and I suppose we'll manually add it into their algorithms.
Okay, so in theory, you could have just drivers and a software server somewhere, and you could route everyone. There's no human required for the dispatch.
So we have required a human because we want somebody that maybe doesn't have a smartphone to be able to do that. But yes, otherwise you're correct.
Okay, yeah, I have elderly parents, and having that person on the phone is really a safety net for them. And how do you do it with rush hour? I would think that there's so much demand that you get 100 requests, and do you turn them down during rush hour, or what happens?
So I think that's when you see the wait time extend. And so that's why if tomorrow when I'm going to the Stanford Research Park at 1:30, I'm probably going to get a ride that's going to pick me up very, very quickly here from City Hall. So that's really what happens is as more demand, the vehicles become more impacted. You'll have more shared trips that take longer or longer wait time.
So if I try something during rush hour, it'll say like 40-minute wait, and then I can say, no, I don't want it. Is that how it would work?
Yes, but I don't think we've had any 40-minute waits. I think the one outlier was like 30 minutes in the wait time, I believe.
Yeah, on slide 9, I'm actually quite glad for slide 9, because when I was reading the report, it's given the mean, and mean really doesn't tell you anything, because if you get 9 trips that are 2 minutes each, and then you have a half-hour wait, that's a big difference. So this is a nice breakdown. But what I'm worried about is, does that tail go out further to the right?
Yeah,
you are correct that there are some rides that are, and I've experienced it myself trying it one time, to have some be a really bad wait time at those rush hours. So,
and actually, just to add a little more context, there's more vehicles that are available at the higher peak service times. So there's more vehicles than, like, say, the midday or less frequent hours. There's less vehicles available.
Okay. But when I book it, say I really should do my homework and do this, but if I book it, it says we think it's going to take 40 minutes, or I mean, how does the booking
Yeah,
process
it's very
work?
similar to Uber or app. It tells
Okay.
you your estimated, ride time and all, or arrival time and all that, pickup time, I should say.
Okay. Couple sustainability questions. Do we have EVs? On some of the pictures, they have Priuses, and they used to have Teslas, but I don't think we have Teslas anymore, do we?
Yes, so we do not have Priuses. We have Teslas, and we also have Toyota Highlander hybrids. Those are our wheelchair accessible vehicles.
I've seen them, yeah.
Yeah, although we do have a grant and are looking to change all of the vehicles to EV in the future.
Oh, that'd
Nate,
be
I'm not
awesome.
sure. Did you want to speak to that at all?
Yeah, we have 3 Toyota Siennas that are hybrids that with the Transportation for Clean Air grant, we'll convert those to fully electric. But the rest of the fleet are Tesla Ys.
Oh, so we don't have any gas vehicles? We just have a hybrid vehicle?
Well, hybrids use gas.
Yeah, but
No full
no
gas or diesel.
not-
We have the hybrid electric.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. How about bike racks? Do we have bike racks in them?
Yes.
All of them do?
Yes, and they're working on being able to give us a count of the usage, but we don't have that data right now.
Okay. And finally, so my parents are getting older and driving is much harder for them. And so something like this is awesome. It goes point to point. You're talking about the shuttle quarter-mile walk. My parents can't walk a quarter mile anymore. And
Yeah, so for seniors and disabled, if you need to go to the discounted fares section on the menu or let the booking agent over the phone know that you're a senior or disabled, and that will unlock address to address trips.
Oh, very good. Okay.
And, in my presentations and discussions with seniors, that is a common topic. And unfortunately, we're not able to toggle that on their accounts until they let us know about it. So it does take some outreach and some education in some cases.
But they can toggle it on their own. Just to know, they can go into the fares and
say,
they can go in and toggle it on their own. Yeah.
Okay. And the request that I see is seniors or people wanting to go over to, say, CVS in Mountain View or Safeway in Mountain View. And that's hard because your city is now paying to go somewhere else and pay sales tax in another city. But I could see like PAMF down in Mountain View. The Palo Alto PAMF is so tight. My parents live in a county that does this, and if you're a senior, they go any medical facility within a certain radius, even outside the county, they'll drive you to if you're a senior. And maybe something like that would be a way of, and especially medical community would be something that would be fairly in demand. Yeah. Okay, anyway, I think this is a really good program. I think it's worth the money. We can try and find the money and keep it going. Thank you.
Okay, I will take a few minutes to thank you very much for this program. It seems to have been very successful, and I hope the city can continue to support it and also expand it and expand maybe some of the partners. So places it's going to frequently can participate. And it's great that you recently expanded the services to teens. I think anything we can do to help our teenage community is a great thing. So all in all, I think it's been really successful. I was very happy. And I agree with Commissioner Liu that it provides a really great service for some of our community that needs this kind of thing really badly. So it's great. And I see all these things working together to make our city more walkable and, so people have options. They don't have to get in the car every time they want to. So I am very much in line with my colleagues in supporting this program and wishing you the very best in your next year. It sounds like you would have, if you had more hours and expanded the service in some other ways, you would have even more, you'd be able to satisfy more requests. And So I don't want to take more time and just thank you very much and wish you good luck at council.
I have one
you.
more last minute
Okay.
question. I'm sorry, I forgot to ask this. It's two parts. One is how, you take minors from what ages? Yeah.
13, yeah, 13 and up, you can ride alone with parent consent. Below 12 and under, you can ride with a parent and an appropriate child seat.
Okay, great. The follow-up question, the reason I asked that, I was talking to a friend of my daughter's who doesn't live here, but comes to visit us, and she also has a boyfriend in Palo Alto, and so she wants to go from our house to his house. And what I didn't see in the report, because I told her about the service, I'm like, you should use this. You don't need to have people come all the way over here and drive you from here to there. And so she wants to go from one friend's house to another friend's house. And she said, well, what's the security like? I don't know if it's safe. And so I would love for you to have some, amongst her statistics, something that says this is a really safe service so that I can show her, prove to her that she should take this service. So, I mean, I assume you didn't show anything because there's been no incidents. Is that correct?
It depends on, I'm trying to think what sorts of incidents we've had. We've had minor fender benders. We have a record of all of those. It's actually in the data that we shared. So they keep track of everything. But yeah, in general, it's a very safe service.
Yeah, I think it would be really wonderful to advertise that because people like to know that they're going to be safe in that using services. So I think, hopefully we can save a lot of parents from driving to their friends' houses and get people to use this service. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. And do I have any additional comments or questions from my colleagues?
Good job.
No? Okay, then call it a wrap. Thank you.